Good morning, everybody, and welcome to day number 2 of the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Schattenbaum region of the Porsche Club of America here at Millville, New Jersey's New Jersey Motorsports Park. It's the Thunderbolt Circuit. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and we've got a great day of racing ahead for you. We've got 3 sprint races, we've got 1 endurance race, and a whole lot of great Porsche Club of America racing. So with our first race getting onto the track now for their pace lap, let's run down the starting order. And we've got, Brian, a huge change from what we saw yesterday with this group. We'll talk about it as soon as I get through the order here. Starting on pole today in the number 171 VGTO 1972 911, it's Charles Mayer with Jared Jacobs starting on the outside of the front row. He's in the 153 VO class 1980 911 SC. Then we got Ken Agna, who is in the number 15 SP3 944 S2. He starts third. Don Jacobs in his 1973 914 6 runs in the VGTO class, and he'll start fourth. Then we got Jason Nikic. He's your pole sitter in the 911 Cup class. He's driving the number 27 machine with Jose Roque, also in a 911, but racing in the VGTO class, starting sixth. Starting seventh, it's the Pink Pig, Eugen Basha, who is starting seventh today. He's in the number 23 911. Then we've got Robert Brantover in a Porsche 968. He is he's running in the SP3 class, and he drives the number 711. Then we got Nate Dos Santos in 911 Cup. He's in a 1977 911, one of the newer cars in the class, and he's got the number 0 on the door. He starts ninth. Rounding out your top 10, your pole sitter and I think only driver in the E-Class, driving the number 7 1982 911 SC, it's Mark Wiening. Then we've got Todd Simpson. He is in the VO class. Todd is driving the 806 car. That is a 1971 911T. And then starting 12th, right alongside Todd, is Nader Fartui. He's in the VU class, driving a 1972 914. Then we've got David Dean. He's in the VO class. He's got the 753 1969 Porsche 911. I think that may be the oldest car in the group. And then we've got Damon DeCastro right alongside, starting 14th. He's in the number 525 SP3 class Porsche 968. Paul Amico is in the number 12 VO class 911, and he'll start right alongside David Mann in the number 72 SP2 class 924S. Starting 17th today in the number 71 SP2 class 944 is Stephen Wilson. And starting 18th in VU, it's Justin Jacobs in his 914-6. We'll see if the 08 car makes the grid today. He had some mechanical issues yesterday. And then on the back row, and Brian, this is, I think, we may want to focus on the rear of the field here. They're just coming into our view now, the light blue 911 and then the red 911 there right at the back. They were our front row for the first 2 races yesterday. They got disqualified from yesterday's race for some reason. We haven't gotten the call as to why, but they're going to start 19th and 20th on the field. And I'm sure they will be coming as soon as the green flag flies. And there it is. Green flag is in the air. Claudio Kempf, Thomas Kohler already starting to slice through the field as Charles Mayer and Jared Jacobs are the first to head down into turn 1. And Brian, as I suspected, that 08 machine of Justin Jacobs, the 1974 914-6, a little off the pace to start the action this morning.
Yeah, he kind of pulled over and let everybody go, but you're right. You know, we talked about that last row with Claudio Kempf and with Thomas Kohler. I tell you what, Thomas Kohler moved over to driver's right, picked up 5 or 6 cars just right there by the time they got to the start-finish line. And we got 1 car going off right there at the very beginning, and I wonder if that's Jared Jacobs in the 153.
I think that's exactly
the yellow car.
Yeah, I think that's exactly who it was. And Brian, you know, yesterday we had we were down for thunder and lightning and everything about midday, and that was just a big pond. So thankfully it's dried up a little bit. Let's take a look and see exactly what happened. Car just did not slow down. That was Jared Jacobs in the 153 car, started second this morning, and he might be over on the lightning circuit about now.
Yeah, I was going to say he could be pretty far up. I see him. He is up against the wall there on the driver's left, kind of in that tire bearing. So still sitting there. I'm not sure if there was impact with that tire wall, Greg, but definitely still sitting right before the entrance into turn number 5. So we'll see what happens
we'll
with that.
check in on him periodically and see what the situation is there. Here, Brian, though, as we watch the battle of the two GT4 cars, Thomas Kohler in the red 1995 993 chassis. There he is coming into our view. He was able to make his way through traffic a little bit better than Claudio Kempf on that opening lap. And I think for the first time in the 3 races for this group this morning, Thomas Kohler is leading GT4. He's stayed real close with Claudio Kempf, but never managed to get by that light blue 66 car until now.
Yeah, he's got Todd Simpson in between there. In between him, that was short-lived because now Claudio Kempf goes around Todd Simpson in that 806 machine. So we'll see how long it's going to take. But here's Thomas Kohler. He's going to come up on a plethora of cars there, Greg, going out of turn number 5 on the exit, getting ready to go into turn number 6. You've got that's Eugene Boscia, Ken Agna in there along with the 151. That's Donald Jacobs. So again, those 2 drivers are going to have to work meticulously, get through those cars because those are some pretty quick cars as well.
Yeah, the first car they're going to have to deal with is the yellow 968 of Robert Brandt over the 711 machine. Currently running second in SP3, and yeah, big long line there. This is going to be, we're going to have to see what Claudio Kempf decides to do, as he's going to be tucked in right behind the red machine of Kohler as they come up on that long line of traffic.
Greg, we are going to a full course caution, and that is going to be for that Jared Jacobs machine. So right now, currently, we are under a full course caution. You can see there the starter has that full course caution out. So our safety car should be picking up the leaders now.
All right, well, hopefully Jose Roque in the 776 car, who was coming down the inside, looked like he was trying to make a pass. Hopefully he noticed those big yellow flags sticking out there before he made that pass. So, Brian, it's a little early here. Now, this race is scheduled for 30 minutes, and we're only about 4 in. But why don't we take our break early here? As we've got the safety car, probably the pace car now picking up the field. We're going to have the emergency teams out shortly to get the yellow 1989-11 of Jared Jacobs, and hopefully we'll be back to green flag racing. But this race, of course, presented by New Jersey Motorsports Park's Drivers Club. But we want to tell you about some of the other sponsors that are bringing you this event, the Schattenbaum Showdown, and we'll be right back.
States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
New Jersey Motorsports Park is more than a racetrack, it's a lifestyle. Become a member of NJMP's Drivers Club and get more than 35 track days a season, along with exclusive event offers and facility discounts. And enjoy the convenience of storing your car in style with the exotic car garages at NJMP. With each unit sizing up to 1,500 square feet, you could store your prize car collection and still have room to customize your trackside oasis. Learn more about New Jersey Motorsports Park at njmp.com. That's njmp.com. The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th annual club race and 60th driver education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday, Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport Triple Trofeo and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family plus friends. Register today at clubregistration.net.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Thunderbolt Circuit. It's the 2026 Schattenbaum Showdown. We are under caution here, our first race of the day. And no, that is not a Porsche race car that just pulled through the grass. They've just managed to get Jared Jacobs, 1989-11, the VO class pole sitter today, away from the tire wall, and hopefully we'll be watching the lights on the top of that beautiful safety car provided by Cherry Hill Porsche to see if they are extinguished and see if we go back to racing this next time by. And we'll have about 20 minutes remaining on the clock, as our overall leader right now is Charles Mayer. He was your pole sitter today in the VGTO class. Jason Nikic in the blue with pink number 27 is your 911 Cup leader. He's running second overall. And then we got Don Jacobs directly behind. Ken Agna in the SP3 class, Porsche 944, running fourth overall, with Eugene Basha, second in 911 Cup, running fifth. And as we were watching through the field here, when the full course caution came out, Thomas Kohler and Claudio Kempf, who started this race, looks like 18th and 19th, are currently up to 8th and 9th. So they made up 10 spots each on the opening lap, Brian. And I would think that probably in the next 2 laps or so, they'll probably find themselves right at the front of the field, as they lapped everybody, I think, twice yesterday.
Yeah, I think you'll see Claudio Kempf and just pull drivers right with with Thomas Kohler, and they'll go by everybody, when they get up in there. But again, it's going to matter of how quickly you're going to be able to pull out, off to the driver's right or driver's left, whichever one you prefer. And it does look like we are going to go back to green flag racing here. So they're going to have to make that run quick.
Well, that's interesting, Brian. So the lights are out on the pace car. The pace car pulled over. And before the pace car even got to the pit lane, we had racers passing the pace car.
Charles Mayer took off.
Oh my! I'm not sitting in race control right now, but
I'm glad I don't have to. Yep, I'm glad we don't have to make that
some problems with that.
Yeah,
so we're back underway. Maybe Charles Mayer knew that both Claudio Kempf and Thomas Kohler were coming, and he wanted as big a lead as he could get there. As now Kohler pops to the inside of Robert Brantover's 968, going to try and outrun him going down into turn 4, and he does, as does Claudio Kempf. They both get by. And good heads-up driving from Brantover.
Yeah.
He waited a little bit to turn in, let them both come underneath him. I thought that perhaps the 2 GT4 cars would get a better run down that straight into turn 4 and get the passes made much sooner than they did. And apparently their pace not all that much different than that 968 in a straight line. Line.
Yeah, just as you said, great move by Brantover. Let him go. Let them go. Let them go by. You're not racing them at all. You're trying to catch Ken Agna in that number 15 machine anyway, so let them go. Look to find another day.
Let them pull you forward.
Yeah, well, that's true. Well, not if you're going to go really wide through turn number 10 right there. That's not going to help your it's not going to help your exit speed when you go really, really wide through there. But now they're getting ready to come up on Jose Roque. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get by him in turn one. I tell you what, the battle's going to be, as you can see, Claudio Kemp's going to make that move, Greg.
Gonna go
he
three
got
wide.
a great run on Thomas Kohler coming out of that last turn. See if he's going to be able to stick it in there.
Yeah, but he got into the brakes. I think he realized being so far to the inside there, Brian, that he wasn't going to be able to, even if he was able to push right alongside Kohler at the entrance of turn one under braking, he would have never been able to carry any kind of speed out of the corner there. So he tucked back in at the last moment, and he's going to have to look for another opportunity to make that pass as Kohler now gets around Ken Agna's 944 and pulls up to the back of Eugene Bosch's Pink Pig there, the 911 Cup machine, and Kemp now having to make do with Agna under braking going into turn 6. Can't get that pass done. He's, look, I think rightfully so. He's being a little cautious here right now, and now Agna knows where he is. He pulls right alongside going into 7. He gets the pass made, but as we're talking, Brian, I said if Brandhofer was driving heads up, he tried to follow those two 911s through and let them pull him right up to Ken Agna. And that's more or less what's happening. Done. Yeah. He's got Jose Roque between he and the SP3 leader, but he's right there now.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's got one car in between. He got Roque in between there, but you're right, Greg. He used them to allow them to pull him up, and he's going to do it here again as well. Going to get on Roque. Now Roque's probably going to be able to move out on Agna and try to do it. If he doesn't get it done and they go side by side into one, that's going to allow Brandhofer to get right on that back bumper of that number 15 machine.
And there he is.
And that's exactly what is happening.
And so Ken Agna, who had, I think, 5 cars between he and his nearest competitor, now has his nearest competitor all of about a quarter of a car length back. And given the straight line speed, I don't know if Agna's going to be able to put Jose Roque back between he and Brandhofer. Now Brandhofer is going to take a look to the inside going into turn 5. Great opportunity there as Jose Roque was looking to get by the 23 of Basha, and it just bottled everything up there at that corner, Brian. And Agna was able to come across the nose of Brandhofer at the last moment, but he's kind of stuck there at the moment.
Yeah, he's got really nowhere to go, and you've got Basha and Roque right there side by side again. Now it looks like Agna's going to go on the inside there to try to get around Eugene Basha. Don't think he's going to allow that to happen. Eugene's going to stick right there with him, and that's going to allow Brandhofer to come back in there. But I tell you what, Greg, we talked about this yesterday. Yes, it is a little bit earlier in the morning than these guys ran yesterday. Tire degradation is going to be a big deal. Let's hope Rob Brandhofer doesn't utilize his tires up early on with still about 15 and a half minutes left to go. That could cause a problem there as he's trying to chase down Kemp in that 15 machine.
All right, and we just saw a quick look there of Claudio Kemp taking another look to the inside on Thomas Kohler going into turn 1. They have now moved up to 4th and 5th overall, and Kemp just turned in his fastest lap. It was about 0.2 faster, 25 hundredths of a second faster than Kohler ahead. But both of them right now being more limited by the drivers ahead than anything else, as Kemp now finds himself behind Jason Nikich's 911 Cup machine, and Kemp now has lost about 6 car lengths to Thomas Kohler, as Kemp doesn't seem to get a great run out of turn 5. He's tried to make passes going into turn 6 that Kohler's been able to make pretty easily, but Kemp just never quite far enough alongside the car ahead to get it done.
Yeah. And you can't let Thomas Kohler get too far ahead and put cars in between you and yourself, because at that point, again, as we talked about, when you get into this 30-minute race, tires are going to go away. We saw it yesterday. Kohler got right on the back bumper of Claudio Kemp halfway through the race and then fell back towards the end of the race. You do the same thing here, although now Claudio Kemp gets a great run out of that last turn, coming up underneath that bridge and down the front stretch to see whether or not Claudio Kemp's going to be able to make that pass and make it stick on Kohler.
Yeah, and once again, Brian, not able to pull up alongside Kohler. and a great move by Kohler to come through and get around Don Jacobs going into turn one. Jacobs in the black VGTO class 914.6. And I was going to say, as they came out of turn 10 towards the end of the prior lap, Don Jacobs, I think, was driving his mirrors quite a bit. He was off the mark in a couple corners in a row, I think, as he was spending more time looking to see the pace at which Thomas Kohler was coming up on him. But now, as they come down into turn 6, remember, Kempf has had some issues with a run out of 5 and getting passes made going into 6. And Don Jacobs, he's sticking that car to the inside, very defensive. I don't know if I would do that with an out-of-class car, but it definitely held Claudio Kempf up. And now Jacobs will fall back into 4th place overall. But he didn't make things easy at all for Claudio Kempf.
Yeah, I think he was trying to get out of the way of Claudio Kempf to let him go by, and then Claudio just didn't have that drive off. You talked about it having a real problem coming out of turn number 5 down into turn number 6. And I just think Donald Jacobs really had nowhere to really go. Allow it, and then
pulled off line, and if it were me, just even by pulling to driver's right coming out of turn 5, that makes so Kempf then has to check up and realize and adjust what he's doing. He's going to lose ground there, and then Jacobs ended up stuck in the middle of the track, and it impacted both of them.
Yeah. Still got that good battle going in SP3 there with Ken Agnall and Rob Brandover. I tell you what, Agnall has the straight line speed a little bit better than Brandover. That's where he starts to open it up, but then Brandover does reel him in, especially when we get to the second half of this racetrack. Is now Agnall, and I believe that's Jose Roque going to go side by side again down in there. Jason Nikic is going to go around one of the Jacobs machines there. That's Justin Jacobs in the 08. But again, you can see here Roque in the middle of that SP3 battle.
Wow.
Pretty much the entire race.
Yeah, and so Agnall got the pass made. Remember, Agnall's been trying now for 4 laps to get around Jose Roque and put that silver 911 between he and Brantover. And once Agnall came through, Jose Roque was not willing to let the second SP3 car through. Wow. As a matter of fact, when they came into turn 5, he pushed Brantover all the way to driver's left and held him out there, wouldn't let him turn in until the last possible moment. And that is, I think Ken Agnall's got the best possible teammate there, and I'm not saying they're teammates, but it might as well be in Jose Roque. A little bit further back, we see now the 08 car of Justin Jacobs continuing to circulate. That's the white 08 914.6. Continues to be off the pace there, just trying to get his laps in to get points for the race. Yeah. He's had mechanical issues all weekend long, however. Over in 911 Cup, we have, what do we have? 3 racers in, actually only 2 today for the final race. Jason Nikic and Eugene Basha. There's Basha in the pink pig coming out of turn 3. And now going into turn 5 in the blue with pink 911. That's your leader in the class, Jason Nikic. So he's got about 45 car lengths now on the 23 machine.
Yeah, you can see Nikic's numbers there. That is the going with the Mets colors here with the number 27. And I think you're right. I think they're up to 28 wins already this year, Greg. So he's going to be +1 on his number.
Oh, gosh.
So, Jason Nikic did really well yesterday. Again, we did have 3 yesterday because you had Nate DeSantos in there as well. He obviously did not take the green. Be interesting to see whether or not he's going to run the Enduro later on this afternoon. So it could be the reason why he wouldn't be running this race as well. Although he kind of slowed up yesterday in the second race, I'm wondering maybe also there could have been a problem.
Yeah, I think more than anything, if they haven't taken the car home, they could be spending the extra time just going through it and making sure that they've got everything ready for the endurance race rather than taking this race. And now, Brian, we have a new leader in GT4 as Claudio Kempf in that light blue. Number 66 has gotten around Thomas Kohler. Kempf ran the fastest lap, reset the fast lap of the race last time by. and in doing so was almost a second and a half faster than Tom Kohler. And I think what it took was more than anything else, just some clear air. Without any traffic there, he could more easily pick his spot as he gets by the red number 43. As those two drivers now are your overall leaders as they've gotten around Charles Mayer's VGTO class, the white with red 911 there that will be the next car through, but quite a bit further back.
Yeah, so roughly 11 laps it took them to get to go from the back to the front. So pretty good run by them, and a good clean run. They each picked their spots when they needed to get around the other competitors in the other classes. And it took a while, but now that, as you said, when Claudio Kemp's got that clean air now, he's out outrunning Thomas Kohler. Same thing with the in our SP3 battle there with Ken Agnew and Rob Brandover. Once Ken got around Jose Roque, he's kind of checked out a little bit there. He's got a pretty big gap.
It looks like he also got around Jason Nikic as well. And so now he's got the two 911s separating him and Brandover without all the traffic and without the drivers going two by two directly in front of him. Should also mention here, as Kemp and Cole are making their way through the field, they are starting to run up on some lapped traffic. They did just dispatch with the black 944 of Steve Wilson. Next in line for them should be the orange 944 of David Mann. But again, and actually it looks like they've gotten around Mann. So, again, lots of clear air for them now.
Yeah, pretty much everybody, racing each other within their classes have kind of spread out, right? There's really no, you'll see battles on the racetrack, somebody making a pass on another. That's kind of not a battle in class. As you can see here, Jason Nikic, I think Jason Nikic's starting to fall back a little bit, Greg, because now he's falling back into the clutches of Jose Roque. So Jose Roque, where Nikic had a pretty big lead on him as well. Again, two different classes, but Nikic starting to drop back a little bit. So
well, and it may be, Brian, just simply because he realizes the advantage he has over Basha at the moment. But last time by, Nikic had run almost 2 seconds off his personal best. However, as he just now completed his 13th lap, he actually put in his fastest lap of the session, was down at a 1:30.6, so almost 2 seconds faster than the prior lap.
Yeah, maybe he's listening to us on there.
Yeah, could very well be. Go faster.
But here, let me show you guys.
Yeah.
Right? It's been known to happen.
All too often. All too often.
Yeah, but a pretty good battle there.
I mean, so I think at this point, though, Nikic is, I think he and Jose Roque, they know what the story is. Roque, would need to get around both Nikic and Ken Agnew to even get up to Don Jacobs ahead. And Jacobs is almost 15 seconds up the road at this point. These two, to put their head down, they're having a good little battle for the last 5 minutes of this blue group race, our last blue group race of the weekend.
Yeah, Donald Jacobs just went by the start-finish line, so he's down in turn one. So you can see where that gap is back to Jose Roque. In there is now, it looks like coming out of that last turn down by the start-finish line, looks like Roque's going to try to make that pass up Nikic, and I think Nikic is just going to let him go. Again, Brian, still got a pretty big lead there.
And from the looks of it, our 7'7" starter has his finger in the air, 1 lap to go here, and so this rather than on time. And so time. I would say time would be running out now for if Jason Nikic wanted to get back around Jose Roque ahead of him. But when he comes onto the front straight, he should see the checkered flag in the air. And there you go. Checkered flag is out In our final blue sprint race of the weekend, your GT4 winner and overall winner, Claudio Kempf, Thomas Kohler will finish 7.5 seconds in arrears. Put up a real good fight early on, Brian, as they work their way through traffic in very difficult conditions. Charles Mayer will take the win in VGTO, finishes third overall with Don Jacobs finishing second in class, about 3.5 seconds back from there. Your winner in SP3, there he is, taking the checkered flag, Ken Agnaw in his 944. And then Jason Nikic should be coming into our view here right about now. There he is to the inside. Driver's right. Jason Nikic will finish right behind Jose Roque. Roque will finish third in VGTO. He'll take the last step on the podium. Jason Nikic will finish seventh overall. He'll take the win in 911 Cup, where Eugene Basha, who ran his fastest lap of the race, will finish ninth overall, second in that class. Robert Brandhover finishes just ahead of Basha. He'll finish second in SP3. Mark Wiening will finish 11th overall. He's your sole racer in the E-Class. And now if we move over to VU, Nader Fartui will take the win. And then we've got, who do we've got? We've got David Dean, Paul Amico in the VO class. Then David Mann in SP2. Mann, I believe, our sole race. Oh, no. We have both David Mann and Steve Wilson in SP2. They're going to finish 16th and 17th, about 15 seconds separating them. And then Justin Jacobs in his VU class 914. He's going to round out the field and finish. Looks like he's going to finish 3 laps down. So that's going to wrap things up for our first of 3 sprint races today. Next up is going to be our yellow sprint race presented by Provost Motorsports. Take a load off. We'll be right back with that. Since 2009, Provost Motorsports has been servicing the German car community. With an ever-increasing passion for dedication and quality, look no further for all your needs. Provost has technicians who are factory-trained by Porsche and Mercedes-Benz, so you know the repair will be done right the first time. Visit their website at provostmotorsports.com and let them cater to all of your vehicle needs.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000 square foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain region hosted the very first PCA Club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature 2 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute Enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin' at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit for the 2026 Schattenbaum Showdown, presented by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Schattenbaum region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg, he's Brian, and this is our yellow group for their final sprint race of the weekend. We've got our large spec Boxster field, but we're going to get to them in just a moment. Let's start off with our first pack behind the pace car, led off by pole sitter Jeff Smith in that bright yellow, number 247 SPC Spec Cayman class, 2008 Cayman. Starting right alongside, driving the number 320 J class Cayman S, is David Kunicelli. Then we got Yuri Marasinov in our second Spec Cayman. He's going to start on the inside of row number 2 in the 690 car. Fifth, our ME1 pole sitter, driving the number 353 2002 Boxster. It's Chris Fahey. And David Nissenbaum in the G class, driving the number 411 2000 Boxster S. Then we've got Frank Osborne in the ME1 class. He's driving the 313 Boxster, and he will start 7th alongside Gene Raimondi in the number 78 ME1 class Boxster. Now let's move over to Spec Boxster, and they're starting a little bit further back in the. They're going to have their own separate little start. They'll come into view here in just a moment. Your pole sitter there is Robbie Wilson. He's driving the 829. Sam Halabi, who will start second. He's in the 324 car. Then we got Dan Rubel in the 771 Spec Boxster, with Ryan Farragut starting 4th in the number 29. Jared Rodehaver is driving the 0 car. He'll start 5th. Hoyt Amadon will start 6th in the 83 car. Howard Altman in the 416 starts 7th. And Jeffrey Muller will start 8th. He drives the 124. Alex Au will start 9th, driving the 79 Spec Boxster, with John Bidler starting 10th. John is in the 410 car. Then we've got our final row of Spec Boxsters starting 11th. It's the 121 machine of Tom Trudel. And then Noah Mazzola will start in 12th. He drives the number 5.
Tell you what, Greg, we had a great battle yesterday in that Spec Boxster. Other than Robbie Wilson, kind of checked out pretty much the entire race, but had a great battle for second pretty much the entire race until they got mixed up with that ME1 class.
Yeah.
Once they got mixed up with that, and I believe we had that full course caution, and that caused a lot of that to happen as our cars are getting lined up. It ended up breaking up that, and then it ended up breaking up the Spec Boxster, where ended up that fight for second kind of materialized there at the end.
All right, well, I think we were just on with Jordan Simon and his G-Class Porsche Boxster. They starting 4th today in our first group. There he is on the outside of row number 2. And good to have the onboard there. I'm sure we'll have Ryan Farragut's in-car video as well in the number 29 machine. As the pace car now heads to the pit lane, we've got Jeff Smith in his Spec Cayman. In the 247 car, we got David Kunicelli in his Cayman S. He's your J-Class, the 320 machine, and the 320 just does not get away at the green flag. And so Yuri Marasinov pokes to the inside. Jordan Simon will slot into 3rd as they come up the hill, and great run there from Marasinov. Now that is the battle for the lead in Spec Cayman. They are our only 2 Cayman drivers, and Marasinov had the inside line coming into turn 2. He's now going to slot back into 3rd. In the second overall with Kunicelli directly behind as our Spec Boxsters now get the green flag. They're underway heading into turn 1, 3 wide as they head down into turn 1. As the silver Boxster moves all the way to the inside. I think that wasn't Fahey. Fahey's in the earlier group. I think that might have been Jeffrey Muller as they now head through turn 1 for the very first time. And not all lined up, still 3 wide there, Brian. Back in the pack is we've got, I think, Noah Mazzola, John Bidler, Ian Bryant all battling it out for 4th.
Yeah, I tell you what, Jared Rodehaver in that number 0 car tried to make it 4 wide on the very first corner there. Had to get back in line. You see him now sitting right behind Daniel Rubel, who's trying to reel in Ryan Farragut, but Rodehaver really nowhere to go. Had to really get out of it because he had a really good run right off the start, and I really thought he was going to move all the way up to the lead as he got halfway there to the door of our overall leader, Robbie Wilson.
Well, Brian, I've seen the movies when the seas part and you have that big wide big wide opening that you think you can just shoot through, eventually the water just comes and piles right back on you at some point. And that's exactly what happened there, where the huge gap just disappeared almost immediately, as you would expect it would when you've got a 90-degree turn at the end of that straightaway.
Yeah, I'm sure his feet were getting really wet from the water coming in underneath that door of that car when he got to that point, because he was definitely four wide going in there. Really had to get out of the throttle and really get harder on the brakes, which set him up for another losing 2 corners.
Yeah, I was
at
going
that
to say,
point.
yeah. I mean, when you're pinned in there, you've got no entry speed. More importantly, you've got no exit speed, and you're likely going to end up losing another position or two for what seemed like the greatest idea for the first 300 feet. So here, as we've got 1 lap in the books, we've got Jeff Smith in our very first pack. Jeff Smith leads Marasanoff. That is both overall and for Spec Cayman. Jordan Simon, David Kunicelli.
Oh, and Greg,
and
we
then
got one
Nisabov.
car spinning
we've got
coming
a car
out
going
of
around.
there. Yeah, I was going to say, I couldn't get the number when it first started to happen. It looks like drivers got over far, drivers left, ended up spinning back across. It looks like we're going to be able to see right here coming through.
Yeah, I think it started early.
That is Rubel. That is Daniel Rubel.
And what it was is he caught a lot of curbing at the apex, lifted the rear of the car up as it was still loaded, and sent the rear end around.
Yeah, I tell you what, with the rain that we had yesterday, Greg, that's a great save, because that grass is still wet over there, and that car could have easily kept going all the way to the wall, to the barrier there.
All right, and so with that spin by Rubel, that's going to drop him down. He was running 4th at the time in Spec Boxster with Rodaver and Amadon directly behind. And so, as we were just talking about Rodaver's wild opening corners, that's going to move him up now into 4th as they come across the start-finish line. So it's Robbie Wilson, Sam Halabi, Ryan Farragut, Jared Rodaver, your top 4, with Hoyt Amadon 5th, and Dan Rubel yet to come across the line here. And now, as he does, Dan Rubel falls all the way from 4th, Brian, in Spec Boxster to 12th.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's unfortunate for Dan Rubel, as we've talked about many times. He does sometimes end up with bad starts or restarts and has to really collect himself to do it. Had an unfortunate incident earlier this year in Lime Rock, battled back from that, came back into Watkins Glen and ran really well. And then unfortunately here on day number 2 in race 3, again, another unfortunate incident, catching that curb, as you mentioned, right there in the center of the apex. Kind of just lifted the car up just enough to not have any grip coming off the corner.
Yeah, it's interesting when you look at some of the curbing here at New Jersey Motorsports Park and at the Thunderbolt circuit, Brian, it's not very elevated. It's fairly flat on the front side where you would normally put the wheels. On the back side of the curbing, what goes up to the grass line, it actually drops away, and there's a ridge there. And if you go over the curbing, and almost to the point where we're on the grass, and as the car comes back across, it could lift up a fairly stiffly sprung car like Dan Rubel's Boxster. And with those mid-engine cars, I mean, that's a bit of an issue there. When the rear end gets kind of light, it starts to spin like a top. And you're right, he was very lucky that the car didn't make it 4 wheels into the grass. Otherwise, he could have very well ended up over at that Armco.
Yeah, a really good save there. Again, as you said, you hit that curbing and it'll just throw the car up in the air. And I don't think he was expecting that. I think he thought, I got to the apex exactly where I wanted to be, and then just that right rear hit that end of that curbing and basically just looped the car around.
All right, so we are now working lap number 4 here. And so yesterday, in our second sprint race, Robbie Wilson in the 829 machine, who eventually took the win in Spec Boxster, I think he worked his way up into the top 4 or so of this group. It actually made his way from the huge gap between our first group and the Spec Boxster group all the way up and through that first group to the point where he finished, I think, 4th overall. And with almost 15 seconds on the rest of the Spec Boxster field, as we go on board now with Ryan Farragut. And Farragut is currently running 3rd, where he ran for a good portion of yesterday's race as well. That is Sam Halabi in the 324 machine directly ahead. And Brian, look at this. He is still racing face down.
Well, he did really well yesterday racing as we moved the timer.
It was when he was upside down that it was the problem.
Yeah, upside down. Well, he wasn't as fast as he could be, but now he's at in that 90-degree angle there. he ran a little bit better. So, absolutely. You watch the hands, Greg. This is what happens with this racetrack. You've raced here. I've raced here. You get, especially in the temperatures that we have right now, and again, the lack of grip that these drivers are really talking about going through as the race progresses. Watch his hands. His hands are constantly moving, especially from turn 1 all the way through, at least down into turn 5. See, they're losing the front end just a little bit.
Big correction.
Yeah, big correction there. Out is probably further than he wanted to on the rumble strips right there as he's getting ready to head into turn 6. His hands are consistently moving back and forth. That car is a handful right now.
Yeah, and it's less, Brian, about the rear end. Well, I was going to say less about the rear end of the car walking out on him, which it absolutely did there at turn 7, and more about just a very quick loss of grip on the left front of the car as it slides across the pavement. But we're seeing a lot of correction getting dialed in there by Farragut, as we'll jump back over now to the 54 car of Jordan Simon. Jordan racing in the J class in a 2014 Cayman, a much newer chassis and a little bit more advanced suspension than what we saw on Ryan Farragut's car. And Simon, he's got the spec Cayman and I think that was Marasanoff. Actually, no, Marasanoff is a little further ahead. That's some slower spec Boxster traffic that he's working through. But I think you're going to see here, and again, having the dial correction in there and not able to get down to the apex, that corner at turn 7 definitely presenting a challenge for these cars. But I think you're also going to see here with Simon a little bit more, I don't want to say control, but much smoother hands than we saw on the Farragut machine.
Definitely not coming out of that last turn.
No.
But you can look at his, you look at his onboard right there. It looks like he's almost 3 seconds behind his 130.39 there, right? So definitely had some problems on that lap overall.
And that time he ran a 32. Of course, some of it was working through some of that slower spec Boxster traffic. But that timer from we should get them as a sponsor, Brian, behind his Garmin Catalyst, telling him where he is in relation to his fastest lap time. Those Catalysts, they're real neat pieces of kit also for track days for those of you that are doing HPDEs and the like, because it can actually coach you while you're driving and tell you to turn in earlier, turn in later, based on things that it's done, because it has a lot of historical knowledge about the actual racetrack, not just what you're doing, but what you should be doing on a particular circuit. Pretty neat, like I said, neat piece of kit. Let's look here now as we've got Jeff Smith, who is our spec Cayman leader, making his way through the spec Boxster traffic, and Smith with Marasanoff behind. And then Jordan Simon, who we saw just a little bit further ahead. But that's Smith in the yellow Cayman right there, and then Marasanoff in the gray Cayman, trying to make it through. He's got like 4 cars now to get up to Smith. Now you know why Marasanoff was so aggressive at the start of the race.
Yeah, trying to get out in front as much as he can, knowing they were going to come up on some of that traffic. In certain parts of this race, 7 laps in, so trying to get out there and get up in front. So Smith has to work back and forth to him.
All right, well, Brian, we're coming up on halfway. Again, these are 25-minute sprint races today, and we're going to have one more after this. After our yellow group's race is complete, we're going to have a little bit of a break as the driver's ed folks will take to the track, to the Thunderbolt circuit. Our final sprint race of the morning is scheduled to start at about 11 a.m. with the big boys, with the cup cars. And then this afternoon, we will have our endurance race starting at 1:05 today. But let's do this, as we're about halfway through this race that is presented by Provost Motorsports. Why don't we take a break? Why don't we thank some of our other partners and sponsors that are bringing you all the action here from Thunderbolt and the Schattenbaum Showdown. Stay with us.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting club racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park and the Schattenbaum Showdown. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati. And Brian, we've got about 10 minutes remaining here in our yellow group race. Let's quickly take a look at where we stand. We'll start off with the G class, where Jordan Simon is your leader, with David Nissenbaum about 15 seconds in arrears. Gil Mizrahi running a lap down. Over in ME1, and things got yesterday's second race finished. It was a lot closer at the end than we thought it was going to be. But Gene Raimondi continues to lead Frank Osborne by about 2.5 seconds. Chris Fahey, another 6 back from there. Over in Spec Cayman, right towards the front of the field, Jeff Smith now has expanded his advantage over Yuri Marasinov to a little bit over 10 seconds as Smith just reset his personal best lap to complete lap number 10. Marasinov should be coming across the line here momentarily. We'll give you the order here in just a second. 12 seconds separate those two racers. Cliff Goldsmith, our sole racer in I, David Cunicelli, our sole racer in J, and then over in Spec Boxster, it's looking pretty close to what it was yesterday, Brian. Robbie Wilson in the 829 machine, he has almost 13 seconds on the rest of the Spec Boxster field. Sam Halabi and Ryan Farragut, though, still battling it out for the second step on the podium. Hoyt Amadon 4th, Jared Rodaver in 5th. And maybe we can, if we've still got that in-car view, maybe we can jump back over to the 29 machine, over to Farragut, and see what kind of progress he's made on Sam Halabi here. There we go.
I don't really think he's made
faster.
I don't think he's made any progress. I think that gap is still there.
Yeah.
Hoyt Amadon, though, you talked about him moving up into 4th. He just passed Jared Rodaver the lap before. One of the cars, Greg, that has come down the pit lane, who had a really good run the last couple of weeks, or the last couple of events in that Noah Mazzola, he obviously had gone off somewhere because the rear bumper cover was starting to come off on the driver's left side. So definitely some contact somewhere with that. So he pulled down into pit lane. I think his day here is done. I'm not sure if they're running the Enduro, but I think that's just a little bit of a body work. But you can see here, it looks like we're back on board. Is this the Jordan Simon machine? I believe it is, yeah.
Yes. As Simon now going door to door down into turn one with that was Yuri Marasinov in the 690 machine, the Spec Cayman. Nice pass there to move up to third overall, getting around Simon. Marasinov still has now about a good oh my gosh, probably around good 15 seconds up to Jeff Smith, who is leading the class. But nice little move there. Let's see if Simon has anything for Marasinov now as they come into we'll call it the talent section of the course. It's all a talent section here.
Even the straightaway, you got to have talent.
That exactly. Well, and also here as we're on board with Simon, we don't get distracted by by him looking down at the floorboard like Ryan Farragut
in the upper left-hand corner. Yeah, you look, I mean, the hands seem to be a little bit smoother right now. Time may not, because, again, he's trying to race there, loses the nose there a little bit coming off that corner. Masinov almost clips that cone right there.
I'll tell you, he was almost inch perfect there at the apex. That was great running from Marasinov. By the way, should also mention here as we're on board with Jordan Simon that his onboard camera views are provided by Sentinel Systems. You can get more information from about them. They're a Porsche Club of America national sponsor at sentinel.racing if you'd like your onboard video to be shown on our broadcasts. But they also offer a lot of other great features to those systems that are built for motorsports. So definitely check them out, sentinel.racing.
As we were noticing earlier, between the two cars, between the Spec Boxster and between this, Jordan Simon's in this G-Class and, in a 04 Boxster, I tell you what, you see the difference in the hands, right? So Farragut's hands all over the place, trying to keep that car under control. Here, Simon seems a little bit more control at certain parts of the racetrack. I know we were talking about it last time when he came through turn number 10, lost the nose a little bit. Seems as this race is going on with just under 6 minutes left, that car seems to be a little bit better than it was earlier on.
Yeah, I totally agree here. And, and again, it's a question, and you know this, Brian, anytime you're racing a car, it is literally a game of inches, and whether or not you are a couple inches or a foot too far to the left when you enter in a corner or too far to the right can impact you not only through the corner itself and how much you have to fight the car, but how much speed you have coming out of a corner as well. And so that time, going through the tail end of the Octopus, the 54 car looked so much better than the lap before, and he was able to carry a good amount of speed, didn't lose much of any ground to Marasinov ahead. A matter of fact, that last time by Jordan Simon was actually about 3/10 fat. He made up 3/10 on Marasinov.
Yeah. Again, the car seems to, as this race is going on, again, may not be the timing perspective that he's looking for, but the car, the handling, the overall handling seems to get a little bit better towards the middle part of this race, as he's going on right now. Now, they're going to come up on some lap traffic here. That's going to be interesting to see, where they're able to catch them, to see how that car really is going to handle when he's trying to make a pass, especially in that backside, more than likely probably in between that turn 10 and 11 before coming up underneath that bridge.
And Brian, I've been watching here, a lot of people, they may ask, well, what's the difference between Spec Cayman and the G-Class, where you've got two Caymans from approximately the same era. You've got Marasinov in a 2006, and it's a Cayman S, and then Simon is actually in a Boxster. So you've got a slightly different roof line, and the Cayman roof line, I think, a little bit more aerodynamic. But the Spec Cayman, you only have the original Porsche little pop-up wing or airfoil on the trunk lid to provide a little bit of aero downforce, whereas Simon has that much larger wing at the rear. And so that wing, though, is very helpful for some of the higher speed corners, like turn 1, like turn 4, and you can see where he's got an advantage there. But when you get into some of the slower corners, like right here coming into turn 7, and I know we're not watching them right now,
Yeah.
but coming into turn 7 or coming into this whole octopus section, which really isn't that high speed, that wing doesn't necessarily provide you with a great advantage over what that spec Cayman has.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's always interesting to watch how the different specs for these different classes will affect one another.
Yeah, and I think that's I think that's the Halabi and the Ryan Farragut battle going on. Last time it was 2.4 seconds. We'll see what it is now. It's only really 0.8 of a second now. Move Halabi or keep Halabi up into that second position. Ryan Farragut in third, but Farragut able to close the gap, trying to get by one of these other cars.
Yeah, and I think, Brian, as they were going through, they were having to contend with the ME1 car, Chris Fahey, which I think ended up bringing Farragut a little bit closer to Halabi, as well as they both got around that ME1 car. And so we'll see here now as they come into turn 4.
There's Halabi and there's Farragut right there behind them. The Fahey machine, a little bit further back, but you're right. I think they ran up on him on a certain parts of that racetrack. And Halabi had nowhere to really go, and that allowed Farragut to close that gap.
Yeah.
Daniel Rubel, where we saw that earlier problem that he had, fell all the way back, I think, into like 13th or 14th place, moved his car all the way back up to the 7th, right on the back bumper there of the 79 of Alex Howe. So again, Rubel trying to work his way back through here.
Yeah, and actually it's starting to look like a pretty nice battle shaping up right there between Rodaver, Howe, and Rubel. Rubel, as you said, just ran his fastest lap of the race, but only about 1.8 seconds separating those three racers there in the mid-pack in Spec Boxster. That's the battle for 5th.
Yeah. And we are working our last lap right now. So again, I believe Cuccinelli now is working his last lap, and all following racers as well. So those battles that we were just talking about, Greg, they're going to have to get it done because it looks like David in that 320 machine is on his last lap.
All right, the silver Cayman. There are many silver Caymans out there right now.
Pick one.
Pick one. It's like
4 or 5
it's like
of them
picking
out
a
there.
white cup car.
Yeah, correct. Right. Pick one.
And actually, I think he's right in the midst of this. I think he's the third car. No, that's one of the spec box. That's actually a spec boxer. I think that was Fahey's ME1 Boxster that was right in the middle of all that.
Yeah, because Smith is involved in all that, and he's kind of thinking better of it, going, you know what, let's just back out of here, let these guys go. I'm not going to catch him, for overall. So got a pretty good lead, 14 seconds over Yuri Masinoff in that 690 machine.
All right, so we'll try to track down where the 320 car is on track.
Could be the next car getting ready to come, I believe. I think he's just in front of this group. As a matter of fact, he's just now going across the start-finish line.
There it is.
He was
Checkered
behind
flag in the air. Yep.
Yeah, so what that does, Greg, is real quick, that allows Farragut and Hobby now. They got one more lap to go.
One more lap, exactly. So let's see. Maybe we can jump back, if we have it, Jordan, maybe we can jump back to the onboard of the 29 machine, make sure he doesn't hit S. There we go. As they are now working their final lap, and we'll fill you in on the other classes here in just a moment. As Cuccinelli came to the line, Smith wins Spec Cayman, Marasinov finishes second in Cayman, third overall. Jordan Simon finishes only a second back from Marasinov, will finish fourth. David Nissenbaum will finish second in the G-Class to Jordan Simon, finishing fifth. And then Cliff Goldsmith, our sole I-Class racer, will finish sixth. As time now running out here in the battle for second in Spec Boxster. Taking the win in Spec Boxster is Robbie Wilson.
by a hefty margin, because I think Robbie Wilson just went by the start-finish line. These guys are just in the center of the back half of this racetrack.
Yeah.
Again, this is the battle for second in that spec Boxster, and it's been going on pretty much the entire time, as Ryan Farragut had it for a little while, and then Hobby kind of picked it up, took it away, and now let's see whether or not it doesn't look like he's going to be able to.
He's I think a little bit too far back, unless Halabi has an issue in the final corner. And as they come out, he does not.
Yep.
And so coming to the line, it's going to be, again, Robbie Wilson by 25 seconds over the rest of the spec Boxster field. He's just dominated all weekend long.
Yep.
Sam Halabi will finish in second. Ryan Farragut, for you Porsche fans, he was 0.356 seconds back, and he will finish in third. Hoyt Amadon will finish just off the podium in fourth. Alex Al fifth, sixth. Dan Rubel seventh after his early spin. Howard Altman, Jeff Mueller, and John Bidler will round out your top 10 in spec Boxster. Our final our final yellow group race of the weekend. This one, of course, was presented by Provost Motorsports. We want to thank them. We're going to take a little break while our driver's ed students take to the racetrack and learn how to use their Porsches to their most effective here out on the Thunderbolt circuit with some coaching and hopefully a nice little path up to PCA Club Racing in their futures as well. We'll be back right around 11 o'clock, about a half hour from now, for our final red group sprint race of the weekend. And then at 1:05, it's our endurance race here at the Thunderbolt circuit, the 2026 Schattenbaum Showdown, presented by Cherry Hill Porsche and the Schattenbaum region of the Porsche Club of America. Don't go away.
Dawes Motorsports is the premier name in Porsche motor overhauls, builds, and modifications. They specialize in all air-cooled and liquid-cooled Porsche engines. Additionally, Dawes has the expertise to rebuild or upgrade your 901, 915, G50, or PDK transmission on site using all high-quality OEM parts. Dawes also offers full restorations, doing everything in-house from frame soda blasting and powder coating to the final coat of wax. Visit dawesmotorsports.com to learn more about their services.
Delusional Motorsports specializes in high-quality motorsports fabrication, delivering custom-built solutions for racing, performance, and automotive enthusiasts. Their services include precision welding, custom metal fabrication, roll cages, chassis modifications, exhaust systems, suspension components, and performance upgrades tailored to each client's needs. Find them in the paddock or call 609-424-7462 to learn more.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
Welcome back to New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt Circuit in beautiful Millville, New Jersey for the Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche and presented by the Schattenbaum region of the Porsche Club of America. I'm Greg Ginsburg along with Brian Donati, and it is time for our Red Group race presented by Pirelli. These are our Cup cars and Sprint Trophy cars and GT4 cars. And Brian, let's run down the starting order for this 25-minute race. Starting on pole today, driving the number 17 GTC 8 Cup car, it's Mark Calzaretta. He's going to be joined on the front row by our sole STG class, Sprint Trophy G-Class Cup car of Tom Burke. And then we've got Joe Mansfield. He's going to start third today. He's our GTC 7 pole sitter in a 991.2 Cup car. That's the number 44 car. Right alongside Joe is going to be Steve Katz. He's in the GTC 3 class, and he's driving a 996 Cup car, one of the original Cup cars. He starts fourth. Joe Doria will start fifth. We may or may not have some in-car video from Joe. He's in the 636 GTC 3 class Cup car, also a 996 chassis. Then Peter DeBusman, 5 car, starts sixth. Kevin Aberrant is in GTC 3. He's in the 333 car. That is another 996 Cup car. He starts seventh. And Garrett Krieger in a GT4 Club Sport Cayman will start eighth. He's got the number 1 on the side of his car. He's in GT3. David Dunnigan will start ninth today. He's in the number 400 GTC 6 class 991.1 Cup car. And starting 10th, right alongside, driving the number 51 GTC car, that's a 997 chassis, is Robert Hargeshmeyer. Then we've got Steve Garrison. Steve's scheduled to start 11th today in the number 127 GT3 class Cayman. And starting 12th, Paul Shaw in a Cayman GT4 Club Sport. Paul is in the GTD2 class, driving the 201 car. Franklin Prey is our pole sitter in GTB1. By the way, these are now going to be our second group, which will be coming into view here in just a few moments. Franklin Prey and Eric Liu in GTB1 on the front row. David Trinder and Eric Johnston on row number 2. Art Tsang and Peter Habestad on row number 3. Paul Venezia and Daniel Krantz on row number 4, and then starting 9th and 10th, Peter Chong and Maciej Tunwitz will start 10th. As the pace car now on the pit lane, turning things over to Tom Burke and Mark Calzaretta. Calzaretta in the black and dark blue 992 Cup car as the starter looks over the field, and green flag is in the air. As we've got a little bit further back in the field, as we've seen all weekend, some drivers going 4 wide, trying to make up positions going down into turn number 1. Very flat right-hand turn as they come through and head up the field, as our GTB1 racers now come through the final corner onto the front straight. The starter will look over that field there, see if they are ready for the green flag, with Franklin Prey on the pole, the sole 997 car in a sea of Caymans, as they now head down into turn number 1. And coming up the inside there, that is, who is that, Brian?
I believe that is Eric Johnston in that 21 machine.
Yeah.
Again, Eric had a great run yesterday until the very end of that second race yesterday, and then ended up with that last lap limping it home across the start-finish line. So whatever was happening there yesterday, got that car fixed, but a great start by him. Also a great start by Tom Burke in our first group. He got in front of the pole sitter there of Mark Calzaretta. Again, we talked to Tom yesterday. He was really working hard to stay in front of Mark Calzaretta as much as he could. Again, they've become really good friends, and he just wants to go out and show Mark that hey, thanks for lending me your car that one race, because now that I've got mine back, I'm going to go out.
That is probably not exactly what he said.
No,
but,
no, that's not what he said.
But it's what he meant right up in his head. Exactly. Yeah. All right, our GTB1 racers making their way through the Octopus now, and Franklin Prey, good start to the race for him. He spent a good portion of yesterday afternoon sprint race, Brian, trying to hold off a whole slew of Caymans. Now, he started a little bit further back in the GTB1 field for the afternoon sprint race yesterday after having an incident early on, and wasn't able to work forward, and had a couple of those Caymans work past him. But this is seemingly the biggest challenge for him, I think. to deal with, especially through those tighter portions of the course where the Caymans are maybe a little bit more nimble to keep behind. And as you said, Eric Johnson with a great start in that blue and black number 21 machine, moving up into third. Eric Liu sandwiched between the two. Peter Habestad a little bit further behind, and Art Sang now as we watch here. Sang, who is in the looks like Sang might have just given up a position to Tunwitz, who gets by and now making their way through.
Yeah, I tell you what, Eric Liu didn't really run very well yesterday. Evidently must have had some challenges. Didn't like the setup on that race car. It looks like they may have had some, again, a little bit earlier today going out for this this last race of the week, sprint race for the weekend for them. Eric Liu looking really, really strong early on against Franklin Prey and Franklin Prey and the rest of this group. You talked about Marcel Tunowitz having to start a little bit further back. I think yesterday showed it kind of up front for both of those races, a little bit further back today. So definitely got that driver's got some work to do if he wants to catch up to Franklin and to Eric Liu.
All right, as the GTB1 class now completes lap number 2, and it is a 3-car breakaway at the front of the field. I think we're going to start seeing, though, Brian, the first group with Tom Burke at the front with the STG cars. And there is Cal Zaretta as they're coming through turn 7 now, and look at the lineup right behind. Hey, look, they're all white. It's Kevin Aberrant, it's Joe Doria, David Dunnigan, Garrett Krieger. Those 4 cars all in line. Aberrant leading GTC 3, and Joe Doria also in GTC 3, directly behind David Dunnigan, I believe our sole GTC 6 racer, and then Garrett Krieger is in the GT3 class. And so we're going to definitely keep watching here for the 3rd and 4th cars in that group. The 2 white machines, Aberrant and Doria. That is the battle for the lead in GTC 3.
We had a good conversation this morning with Joe Doria up in here in the tower. And he talked about yesterday where he had some good run portions of the race, had good runs, and then had some bad runs. Made a couple mistakes that he was going to try to really clean up here this morning for this last race in order to keep Kevin close at bay until they got to the end. He said, but, you know, if I continue to keep making those mistakes, then Kevin deserves to run away because it's my own fault. But you can see here right now, Joe Doria trying to keep Kevin Aberrant in that 333 machine pretty close to him right now.
All right, and at the tail end of the shot here, that's Robert Hargeschmeyer driving the number 51 GTC 5 997 chassis Cup car, and running a little bit off of that group, but I believe he is our sole GTC 5 racer here in the field this afternoon, or late morning as the case may be here on the East Coast. Well, I guess it wouldn't be the afternoon unless we're over in the UK at this point.
That is correct. We're not in the afternoon as of yet. But, you know, remember, Greg, this race here, or this group here in race 2 yesterday had that full course caution, and ended up with kind of a calamity on the restart where everybody was jumbled up, really didn't know where the leader was, where it was going to go.
Basically, the safety car driver didn't know where the leader was.
Well, that is true. And then all of a sudden made that late duck down pit road and then back to green. I don't think drivers were really expecting that quickly to go back to green. So again, now we're starting to see this race here, unfold. Again, still very, very early on, but some of these drivers, again, we got a lot of single car drivers in groups or in classes. So it's a matter of working against the class.
Yeah. So taking a look here. So we've highlighted, and here they come into turn 6 now, Kevin Aberrant and Joe Doria in GTC 3, and they are the only 2 racers in GTC 3 today. Now, over in the GT3 class, Garrett Krieger, who's in the green and black club sport, it's he and Steve Garrison, and already about 12 seconds separating them. And then we'll get back to GTB1 here in just a few moments, but yeah, let's continue to watch this GTC 3 battle here for the time being as they come out of the S's here, turns 10 and 11. And as far as lap times go, I mean, Aberrant and Doria, you could throw a blanket over them. Even this time by, actually, Doria slightly quicker, and you can see he's now pulled within 1 car length of Aberrant ahead.
Well, one of the things that Judd was talking about when he was up here earlier this morning was the fact that the car's running really, really hot. And, as hot as it was yesterday, he just wasn't moving the car around in certain spots in order for the air to come in. And so he was afraid of that. He was staying tucked in. You can see here, I noticed it when he went down the front stretch last time. I moved over driver's right. Same thing here. It looks like he may try to make a move on the outside there.
Yeah, not quite close enough.
Yeah, but he's again still trying to get as much air to that front up into that front nose as he can to keep it as cool as he can, because he said if I can do that, I can keep up there.
So of course, the Cup cars themselves, Brian, they've got two different radiators at the front of the car, one in the left corner, one in the right corner. And, I would think that as long as he doesn't just stay tucked underneath the wing and, dead even running the exact same lines as Aberrant ahead, he'd, at least be able to affect a little bit of cooling for that car, as opposed to having to step completely out into the air. But let's see, he takes a quick look now, as you see here, under braking, maybe get a little gulp of fresh air coming down into turn 1.
Yeah, that's what he was talking about. He was kind of really saying, I don't want to stay tucked in, but sometimes I have to stay tucked in order to take that draft, especially down the front stretch. And as you said, going to take some different lines in some of these turns. That may hurt him a little bit, but it also may help him.
No, this is a section where Doria is very strong, and as they come in the 4 here, you can see he's able to actually he turns in a little bit later, wanted to sneak underneath Aberrant ahead. And he got a great run through here on the prior lap. Aberrant, though, really good car positioning as Doria moved from driver's left to driver's right to try to sneak underneath him at the apex, and Aberrant just wasn't having any of it.
Yeah, and that wasn't a move to try to get air to the nose.
No.
That was, I'm here, I got to make a move, and Aberrant just stayed right in the center there to make Joe Doria make the move to get around him.
Yeah, and that's now 2 laps in a row where Doria's gotten a great run out of turn 5. And gotten a good run on Aberrant heading towards 6. But it's not a very long straight between those 2 corners, tying those 2 corners together. And I think as long as Aberrant can, just keeps his car, I don't know, maybe a quarter of a car width off the edge of the track, driver's left, he's in a real good place to defend there. That's not going to give Doria many choices or many chances to get underneath. Pretty clear, though, coming out of the final corners and on the front straight, Aberrant is a little bit stronger.
Yeah, I was going to say, definitely have the straighter straight line speed there.
All right, let's see if we can check back in with GTB1, get over to that dark blue 997 chassis of Franklin Prey, who I think they'll be probably coming up towards
start-finish line now. Greg.
Yeah, I say they should be coming down towards turn 1 now. And Prey still doing a great job holding off Eric Liu and Tunwitz. Here they come down into the braking zone, and again, it's turned into a 3-car breakaway at this point as Eric Johnston, Habestad, running about 25, 30 car lengths back from there, and then they've been able to separate themselves out from Palmer and Krantz. Art Sang, though, looks like, Brian, I think Sang may have pitted in, possibly.
I don't see him down on pit road because I know that he was battling there with Chuck Palmer, just kind of as he did yesterday. But I'm not seeing him down on pit road. So if he did, he snuck down and snuck away underneath the the tower here.
He's now showing as a lap down, did not complete lap number 7.
Yeah. Not seeing him driving through the paddock either, so he must have already been there. So he must have got through pretty quickly.
Well, that makes it easier on me. One less white car for me to to figure out. In this case, it's a white Cayman.
Tell you what, it looks like Eric Liu is content to stay behind Franklin Prey, but not too content. Because Tunwitz is going to he's going to try to make that pass at some point again. Remember, that driver started way in the far back of this GTB1 field and has worked his way up to 3rd right now.
Yeah, Mattia Tunwitz started this race at the very rear in this, started 10th in the 10-car field, and only took a couple of laps for him to work his way through. And we think, Brian, that may have been due to an infraction picked up during yesterday's race, because he did run very, very strong until the tail end of that race. And yeah, matter of fact, even there, coming out of turn 3, Eric Liu having to position the car just slightly to make Tunwitz think better of coming down the inside. Now, in the fight right behind them, though, Johnston and Habestad had a great run coming into turn 4. Just unfortunately for him, as he came driver's left, it's really hard to convert a great run in the 4 into a pass over at 5, because it usually keeps you caught all the way to the outside to driver's right going into turn 5. And the defending car can usually keep you out there pretty much as long as he wants and make it real difficult for you to get any kind of run over towards turn 6.
Yeah. I tell you what, if they keep that battle going on, that's going to bring Palmer in there. So you're going to have 2 good battles there. You know, for the top 6, you're going to have 2 3-car battles, one for the lead and then one for basically 4th, 5th, and 6th if they continue that.
And Brian, I think we've solved the mystery of where is Art Sang. Where in the world is Carmen San Diego? There is Art
right there.
Sang, yeah. And he's in the cutoff, and the second cutoff that we have down at that section of the track, and great move to get the car in there as a corner worker.
Yep. Oh, and we've got one car, and that is Peter Habestad. Again, you can see the skid marks, Greg. And I tell you what, we saw that earlier on in one of our groups. I believe that was Daniel Rubel that came through, and it could have been where may have gotten too far out here. See where that would be there. There we go.
He was around cresting the hill.
Yeah. That back of that car, I think, just got light at the top of that hill.
Yeah. All right, so we, again, able to keep it off the wall, get that car turned around, and continue. So Habestad, who had been running back in 5th position now, he's going to give up a number of spots as Palmer, Venezia, and I think Dan Krantz got around as well, or got by as well.
See whether or not he decides to bring that car down pit road as well, because again, spinning like that around at the top of that hill, I wouldn't be surprised if there's not a flat spot on some of those tires, even though he got to the grass, but pretty hard on the brakes coming over the crest of that hill.
Yeah.
Mark Calzaretta's starting to come into the back end of that GTB1 field as well, Greg, so he's starting to reel in the Chuck Palmer, the Eric Johnston starting to be going through them, which means he's going to end up catching that battle for that lead position there, that first position.
And did we talk about the fact that Calzaretta got back around Tom Burke?
Actually, we did not.
I don't think we did. As here's Calzaretta and Tom Burke in the green STG class car, nowhere to be seen. Well, there he is. He's seen. But almost 10 seconds back from Calzaretta now, that he had he's just fallen off his initial pace. He was about 2 seconds slower than Calzaretta on the prior lap. And he's been running consistent lap times, Brian, but consistently about 2 to 3 seconds slower than Calzaretta, and that's the distance for you. Yep. All right, tell you what, we've got about 9 minutes remaining in this 25-minute race, our last sprint race of the day. This one presented by Pirelli. Why don't we take a break? Thanks to our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here at Thunderbolt and the 2026 Schattenbaum Showdown. Don't go away. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European Racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Racers. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Prepared Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing. Welcome back to Thunderbolt and the Schattenbaum Showdown. I'm Greg, he's Brian, and this is, well, not this, that, or this, is the battle for the lead in GTC 3. Joe Doria, who has gotten around Kevin Aberrant now. So Doria, who it took him about 12 laps, but on lap 13, he is your new leader. And he will bring Kevin Aberrant across the line. Let's jump over now, if we can, back to that GTB1 race, because things are starting to heat up right at the front. Frank LaPre still got command of the field. There you go, and probably his biggest lead of the race, Brian. But new second place racer, as Matsu Tunwitz now has moved into second place, has gotten around Eric Liu. And a great move by him on the previous lap.
Well, yeah, I tell you what, a lot of that had to do with Mark Calzaretta, our overall leader, came on the back of that 3-car battle, snuck his way through there. What that ended up doing is Eric Liu ended up having to get out of it at one point, because I think Calzaretta, while we were at the break, kind of nudged his way in there a little bit, and Liu had to drop out of it, and that allowed that 029 Marseille to move into second place, which allowed Franklin Prey to move out to his biggest lead that we've seen so far the entire 20 minutes of this race right now.
All right, so as they complete lap number 14, now again, still 3 cars at the front of the field. Eric Johnston in the black and yellow car just now coming across the line. Actually, there he is coming across the line. I guess he and Chuck Palmer right about 9 seconds back from our 3 leaders. And, we ought to check in with them as well. Palmer in the Gulf liveried came in, and then the black and yellow of Johnston. So right back behind this group here, Jordan. And
should be the next couple cars coming in.
Yeah, actually, this is from our first group here.
Well, that's Johnston right there.
Yeah.
So Palmer is just there in front of him. So the white and kind of the orange, like you said, the Gulf livery car, that is Palmer that has gone through there. So Johnston reeling him in a little bit, not a lot on the last lap by Palmer, had a little bit of a gap, but Eric Johnston still trying to hang with him. Again, they ran together yesterday for a little while as well. And it looks like Chuck Palmer in that 551 and that Cayman as well, starting to pull away a little bit more.
Yeah, it looks like the threat has been vanquished, and he is back underway. Oh, great, Brian! It looks like going into turn 6, heading down into turn 7. Is that the GTC 3 battle? I think we may have just.
That I do believe.
Yeah,
I do believe that is. Yeah, that is
I think
definitely.
there may have been a new, a pass for the lead.
Yeah.
As I think Kevin Aberrant retook the position from Joe Doria going into turn 6.
I think he was able to get through there going into turn number 5, but like you said, coming out of turn number 5, was able to make that pass on Joe Doria.
Yeah, so move Aberrant in the 333 back to the lead, and a wonderful run out of turn 5, and just push the car right down to the apex going into 6. Great run. All right, let's see. Looking to see if there's some other battles we may have out on track right now that we might want to pick up. We might want to pick up Habestad, who of course had that. There it is right there. Say Habestad and Frank Venezia. That is the 28 car. And the 865. They're running 6th and 7th right now in GTB 1. And, Brian Habestad had that early spin that moved him back from 4th, actually moved him all the way back to 7th position. Habestad's gotten back around Venezia now, but still very, very close here as the time is winding down. Less than a minute and a half remaining on the clock. And should have Calzaretta, I think, on his final lap right now. We're about to start his final lap next time by.
Yeah, and we also got a good battle there for 8th and 9th with Daniel Krantz and David Trinder in that 8 and the 103. They're right in front. That's the first 2 white cars there as head of our GTC 3 car battle going on.
White, Brian.
So again, I was going to say they're all they're all 4 white ones right there together. That is your that's your battle there in the GTC 3, and then the battle for 7th and 8th in GTB 1. So good battle shaping up at the end of this session. Should be seeing Calzaretta come back around here momentarily. Just as you said, I do believe he will probably get the 1 to go with just under 30 seconds left. As actually, we already have
the front straight.
Well, he's getting the checker flag, so I don't remember them giving them the 1 to go before, but he obviously now has the checkered flag. So
there we go. Congratulations, Mark Calzaretta taking the win in GTC 8. Second car to cross the line will be Tom Burke. About 15 seconds in arrears, our sole STG class racer, Sprint Trophy G. Over in GTC 3, and coming across, and hasn't come onto the front straight yet. But again, to start the final lap, Kevin Aberrant was your leader in GTC 3 with Joe Doria running second, and he was picked in with a couple of our GTB 1 racers. There's that fight between GTC 3 coming across the line, and it will be Kevin Aberrant taking the win over Joe Doria, 44 100ths of a second, separating them at the line. Over in GTC 6, taking the win is going to be David Dunnigan, Garrett Krieger in GT3. In GT3, then Noam Eliyahu in GTC4 as they come across the line. David Felker in GTD1, he takes the win there in that class. Steve Garrison in GT3. That'll give you your top 9 racers as Franklin Prey and I believe Prey already crossed the line. So Prey will take the win in GTB1 with Robert Hargeschmeyer showing in 11th overall, your sole racer in GTC 5. So over back to GTB 1, where Prey takes the win, Lou finishes second. The question then becomes, Brian, what happened on the final lap with Mattia Tunwitz, who now we're showing actually 2 laps down here at the end.
Yeah, I don't know where that car went to. I didn't see him come down pit lane at all.
Yeah.
Still have yet to see him come down pit lane. So I don't know if he went off somewhere and is still out there and they have to go pick that car up. But
well, what that did, Brian, is we were watching briefly the fight between Chuck Palmer and Eric Johnston. That turned into the battle for the last spot on the podium.
Yeah.
And so Chuck Palmer will finish in 3rd. Johnston will finish just off the podium in 4th. Habestad, good recovery drive for Peter Habestad after that early spin. He'll finish 5th, just ahead of Frank Venecia, only a half second separating them at the checkered flag. Daniel Krantz will finish 7th with David Trinder 8th, only a half second back from there. And then Peter Chong will finish 9th, and then Mattia Tunwitz showing 2 laps down in 10th.
And we found him. So
Where is he?
Just before the entrance into turn number 4 down the short chute, before you get to turn 5, pulled off driver's right. So
there you go. Unfortunate for him on the very last, the penultimate lap. Second to last lap, as he does not continue. And of course, Art Sang finishes this race 11 laps down. All right, that's going to wrap things up for our sprint racing here at the Schattenbaum Showdown. Next up, it is the 55-minute Enduro presented by Soul Performance and Stable Energies. That's scheduled to start 1:05 p.m. this afternoon, so about an hour and a half from now. And we can't wait to have you join us for that. So thanks so much for joining us here this morning, and we'll see you right after lunch here for the Schattenbaum Showdown. Stay with us.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina. Shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Welcome back, everybody, to New Jersey Motorsports Park, the pride of Millville, New Jersey. Actually, I'm sure there's something to be more prideful about in Millville, but it is the Thunderbolt circuit here at NJMP, and it is the 2026 Schattenbaum Showdown, sponsored by Cherry Hill Porsche, as well as the Schattenbaum region of the Porsche Club of America. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. I know Brian and I did. And we now have our final race of the day. This is a 55-minute endurance race. It's presented by Stable Energies. And not only Stable Energies, but this endurance race also presented by Soul Performance. And our racers heading out onto the track now for their pace lap. We'll talk about the ground rules in once we get underway. But let's give you the players here. And I believe we've got somewhere close to 37 cars on track, Brian, for this endurance race. So here they are. Starting on the front row today, driving in the GTC 8 class in his Cup car, your pole sitter, Mark Calzaretta, and this looks very much like the Red Group race we just saw a little while ago, as Tom Burke in his STG class 2022 Cup car is going to start on the outside of the front row next to Calzaretta. Kevin Aberrant is going to start third today in the 333 GTC 3 Cup car, and David Dunnigan from GTC 6 is going to start fourth. I was hoping that we'd see that great race again that we saw in GTC 3 in the Red Group there. Starting fifth today, driving the number 1 GT3 class GT4 Club Sport, Garrett Krieger. And Garrett's going to start right alongside Claudio Kempf, who's run the table in the sprint races this weekend in the number 66 GT4 class, 1979-11. Franklin Prey is our pole sitter in the GTB1 class. He's going to start 7th overall after having a great win just a little while ago. The 777 machine starts 7th, and Eric Liu also in a GTB1 class car. He's in a Porsche Cayman. He's going to start 8th. Thomas Kohler is going to start 9th in the number 43 GT4 class, 993 machine. That's a 1995 911. And then we got Noam Eliyahu, and we'll talk a little bit about Noam in just a little bit. Noam is in GTC 4 today. He's in the 555 car, and that's a 997 chassis cup car. Robert Hargeshmeyer will start 11th. He's in the number 51 GTC 5 cup car. With David Trinder in the GTB1 class in a Cayman. That's the 103 car. He starts 12th. Peter Habestad, also in GTB1, will start lucky 13th today in our endurance race. He's in the number 28 Cayman, while Frank Venezia will start 14th in the 865 GTB1 911. Then we got David Felker in a 981 Cayman. He's in the GTD1 class. The number 45 car starts 15th, with Art Sang starting 16th. He's in GTB1 in the 228 Cayman as the pace car heads to the pit lane, and the starter looks over the field for the start of this 55-minute race. Green flag is in the air. We'll continue on running down the starting order here as this race starts. Brian, break in if anything big happens here in the opening couple corners. Starting 15th today in the number 45 GTD1 car. Oh, actually, I think we already got through David Felker in his GTD1 Cayman, and then Art Sang in the GTB1 Cayman starting 16th. Starting 17th, Steve Garrison and David Cunicelli. Garrison in the GT3 class in a Cayman, Cunicelli in a 2014 Cayman. He is, I believe, your only racer in the J class today. Spec Cayman's Jeff Smith will start 19th, and Ken Agna is in SP3. He's your SP3 pole sitter. He's going to round out the top 20. Jordan Simon will start 21st in the G class Boxster. That's the number 54 car, with Jason Nikic, our 911 Cup pole sitter, starting 22nd. Then we got Eugene Bosch, also 911 Cup, starting 23rd. David Nissenbaum in the G class, starting 24th in a Boxster. And then we've got a number of Spec Boxster racers. Dan Rubel is your pole sitter in the class in the 771 machine. He starts 25th, with Sam Halabi starting 26th. Right alongside. Then we got Ryan Farragut and
couple
Alex
cars. Hey, Greg, let me jump in here. We've got a couple cars going around in turn number 9 and up into turn number 10. That was Ken Agna in the 15 machine, getting really wide. We also saw Jordan Simon going off, coming down into turn number 6 as well. You also see a lot of drivers right now early on. We've talked about this all weekend long. They are just just doing a pace, right? They're not going out in some of these cars to go out and try to set a fast pace. There was a lot of give and take on the front. Franklin Prey, right off the bat, will drop to the middle of the pack. We got one car going down into turn number 1. Looks like one of our Spec Boxers. Super, super slow going down. We'll see whether or not he's going to be able to make it all around. He's going to go straight off down into turn number 1. That car does not look like it's under power. Going to try to get off the racetrack, but I have a feeling, Greg, that's going to be in a bad spot. Not going to be able to move that car. Looking
and
down
I think
there.
that might be Michael Thompson in the 120 car, the 120 Spec Boxster that just pulled off over there. All right, it looks like, and we're getting word now that he's getting that car to continue on now. Challenge, Brian, is house rules. Pits are closed for the first 15 minutes of this race. Now, there are exceptions made if you have mechanicals, but we'll talk a little bit more about that. Just to get through a few more of our racers here. Over in ME1, we got Gene Raimondi starting 29th and Frank Osborne starting alongside. They're going to be on they were on the 15th row. Howard Altman and Chris Fahey. Altman in Spec Boxster, Fahey, the third of our ME1 racers in his Boxster, 32nd. John Bidler in Spec Boxster, Gil Mizrahi right alongside in the G class. They're 33rd and 34th, and Devin Kohler and Damon DeCastro Kohler in Spec Boxster, De Castro in SP3 in one of the few Porsche 968s out in this race, and then Michael Thompson rounding out the field in Spec Boxster. There are a couple of racers that did not make the grid. We'll talk about them in a moment as we go on board with the 54 machine. Want to thank this racer again for providing the in-car video for us, and that's who do we say, Jordan Simon?
There's Jordan Simon in the 54, yeah. And again, he was one of the drivers that went off early on too, kind of through that turn 6, turn 7. It just seemed like there was a lot of cars trying to make their way through there. And again, it just seems like there was a lot of give and take, and I think the drivers weren't expecting to get that much give and take early on.
And it just was trying to back out at the same time.
Correct.
It was like just the opposite of what we see in the sprint races. Is everybody on the starts going 4 wide and is trying to muscle their way through. Here, everybody's going, no, you go first. No, you go first. No, you go first. I think probably the one racer that doesn't have that outlook on life, though, is watching them go through here, is actually that light blue 911, the 1970 911 of Claudio Kempf. As he comes through, just passes the start-finish line. Kempf is running 11, and that's he started. Where did Claudio start this race? Actually, he started in 6th place, so maybe maybe that is his mindset right now. But all of these races, what they're trying to do, especially with this shorter race, Brian. A lot of the endurance races that we have run so far this year, I think Watkins Glen being the outlier, have been somewhere along the lines of 90 minutes. And typically, not only do a lot of these drivers need to bring their car down the pit lane to switch off to another driver, but a lot of them have had to refuel in order to make that 90-minute race. Much like we saw at Watkins Glen just a few weeks ago, because of the slightly shorter length, a lot of these racers, as long as they keep to a particular pace, they likely won't need a splash and go to get to the end of the race. Most of these cars should be able to make it right around 55 to 60 minutes on a single tank of fuel.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you're going to come into the pit lane and you're going to sit for a minimum of 5 minutes. So back that out. So now you got to go 50 minutes basically from start to finish overall. So yeah, most of these cars I think we'll see. Plus, the other thing too is we've got some driver changes that are going to happen. We talked about a little bit yesterday with Franklin Prey. He's got Trent Hinman getting ready to get in that car. The second half of this race, I saw Trent down on the pit lane, saw him back in the garage during lunch. They're excited. They're really, looking forward to this race with Franklin right now. He ran a good race, as you talked about at the very beginning, in our last red race, picking up that win in GTB1. So pretty good run there. Even in our Spec Boxsters, I had to, go down, and I was talking with Ryan Farragut, and first thing he said to me is, well, Robbie Wilson's not racing. So we got time.
Brian,
we got a little incident going down there a little bit, Greg.
Contact at 5, and going around there, that was that the Art Sang machine?
I don't believe that was Art Sang. We're going to see you here real quick. Art Sang's kind of a white. We're going to get to replay here. Thank you, Jordan. Coming through right about
it's actually
here.
Right behind Franklin Prey.
Yeah, is that
so right behind Prey. I think
Chuck Palmer, I think, is that. I think that's
I was going to say, I think Chuck Palmer and possibly Frank Venecia was the car that came down the inside. Also looks like Claudio Kempf had some challenges there, and I think Kempf might have gotten caught up. We're seeing far more racers not on the race course than on the race course right now, and actually I think that might be...
That's Venecia right there, I think, trying to take that cut through.
Yeah, as he was coming through the Octopus, there is the new, what they're calling the Devil's Pass at NJMP to cut off the last portion of the Octopus, that left-hander there over at turn 10. The problem is that's not the approved course this weekend.
Well, I think he's got some right front damage there, and I think
he's parked. Yeah. Exactly. So we'll see if, over the course of the weekend, he may have a very long time to sit there and wait it out and watch, but where he parked, that may hopefully keep us from going to a full course caution.
And the car that was involved in that earlier, that is the 551. So that is Who's that? I just had his name right here in front of me. That is
Chuck Palmer.
Chuck Palmer. Huh? I just had it right here written down. Palmer on pit lane right now coming. I don't know if he made the right-hand turn to go to the back or he's pitting on the other side of the tower here, so really
there was
can't see.
a lot of damage at the back of that car with the bumper cap getting ripped away, and it was a pretty substantial hit. Turn 5 is not the fastest of corners, and it looked like it just looked like the silver car just he didn't get the braking done. He tried to, and it's a common thing, Brian, to try and then come down the inside, hoping you're just gonna, even if you can't get the car slowed down, you're gonna actually get to the apex before the car in front of you. And we saw it coming, and it just wasn't gonna happen. Meanwhile, it took a lot of pressure off of Franklin Prey now, who has a lot of open track behind him, and he is now running currently in 7th. That's going to move Art Sang up to 8th, but Sang is about 3.5 seconds back. Here you can see the gap with Art Sang with the white with blue and red stripes, and then David Felker in the red, white, and blue directly behind him as well.
Yeah, when we had our turn 1 camera shot, you could see Palmer going down the pit lane. I did not see him come back out, so I think he may have made that right-hand turn at the end of the pit lane to head back to the paddock. So I think his day, unfortunately, within the first 5 minutes of this race, is done for the weekend. So,
all right, and Franklin Prey now caught up, and I know we keep going in and checking in with Prey, but he's there right behind Garrett Krieger, David Dunnigan, and Noam Eliyahu in the 555 car that didn't run earlier this weekend. We did get word that he was out for the final sprint race today. And Brian, maybe you can give us a little bit of information on Eliyahu and why he is now coming out for the Enduro.
Well, I think he had an incident either at Watkins Glen, and it just took some time to get it took some time to get that repaired. Wanted to run this race, wanted to do everything he can. I don't think they fully got the car completely fixed up until this weekend. It took that long, and so I think they finished it up when they got here.
Again, Brian, that's how I always prepared my race car.
I was going to say, I don't see any
the racetrack.
I don't see any difference in that, right?
No.
I mean, I just do it
the
till
club racing mantra.
Till Thursday night, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Fixed everything Thursday night before I got on track on Friday. Still do that today,
exactly.
Right? So, just didn't get it done in time. Either to come out for the sprint races, but again, did see him this morning, and so out here for the Enduro, so saved the car through that. You talked about Mark Calzaretta, during the opening there, sitting on the pole. Mark is not actually running. I think he is running with Tom Burke, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
I don't fully, hold me to that, but I remember talking to Tom, and I think he said they were going to share the car during the Enduro, but I'm not sure.
All right. Well, tell you what. I think I can probably pull some of that information up, possibly, while this is going on. If you can.
Yeah. No. I was kind of looking through some of the battles that we've got, especially in that 911 Cup. Eugene Basha, just ahead of Jason Nikic in the blue Mets colored number 27. Trust me, Jordan, we would be able to find out where that car is, what as big of those numbers are. About 6/10. And again, Jason Nikic has kind of dominated the 911 Cup this weekend in all the sprints. There they are, right there. With that pink Eugene Basha machine, Nikic has been out there. I think that Nikic is just now taking his time. A lot of smoke coming out of the back of that car over the last couple of turns. We've got to keep an eye on that. To see, that's the first time I've seen smoke coming out of Jason's car all weekend long. And I know that at one point, I believe maybe at Watkins Glen, he had a problem in one of the races in the very first race. So I'm wondering if something like that is starting to come up after 3 races already this weekend. Tom Burke goes by that 911 Cup battle between Basha and Nikic, and tell you what, that's been a pretty good battle since the onset. They got kind of nose to tail. They got side by side at one point, and then they just kind of settled in right now. So,
all right. So the only other team that I have registered, Brian. Of course, we talked about Franklin Prey and Trent Hidman driving the 777 GTB1 997 car. The only other pairing that I have that I know about is Patty Moscone and Thomas Avail, who are both driving in Patty's 944 S2, the SP3 class car. That's the 271 machine.
Okay, all right.
That's not to say that there isn't another.
Yeah,
there isn't another team. Those are the only two we know about going into the race.
Yeah, I just know that Tom yesterday when he came up here to the tower kind of shared the story of how him and Mark, and how Mark had let him use his car when they were at Sebring a couple years ago. They really kind of got to be good friends and doing a lot of stuff. Is our 911 Cup battle still continuing on here between both of those? That is actually a battle for 21st and 22nd, and they had, I believe that was David Nissenbaum right in front of them. Mm-hmm. That's in the G class. So that battle, I think they were all racing together earlier all weekend long too. So.
All right, and I think we have a new leader now over in the GT4 class. Jose Roque, for the first time this weekend, has gotten around Claudio Kempf.
Well, Claudio Kempf is now on pit road.
Pit road, exactly.
So I think there was a problem when he went off. It's a little exactly right. It's a little early to come in, so he definitely had an issue. They were looking under the left rear of that car. He set to head down pit lane. I don't know if he's calling it a day.
Yeah, I can see him coming towards us right now.
Yeah.
And we've got another one of our spec Boxsters possibly with the tail up in the air, and just now coming off the jacks. Now, house rules for PCA endurance races, and it doesn't really matter if it's a 90-minute long, and actually it looks like Kempf is going to rejoin the action, Brian.
Yep.
Doesn't matter if it is a 90-minute race or a 55-minute race like here. The pits are closed for pit stops, I guess, with the exception of needing to do repairs, for the first 15 minutes of the race, and then you must complete your mandatory 5-minute pit stop prior to 10 minutes remaining in the race. So before the was it be the 44th minute of the race, or actually I guess prior than the 45th minute of the race.
I'm sure you had to take your shoes off to figure that
did.
out.
I was like thinking, I go, wait, is it 55 minutes? 55 minus 10, actually 55 minus 11, which is what confused me because I ran out of fingers.
Yep, that's right.
But meanwhile, those are the house rules. All of our drivers, they must take a minimum 5-minute pit stop. And if they do not take that pit stop, or if their pit stop runs shorter than 5 minutes, they're going to be black flagged and have to serve a penalty to basically bring them up to that 5-minute time. But the penalty is having to come down the pit lane for the second time, as we have a driver coming down the pit lane right now, Brian.
Yeah, Garrett Krieger in the 0-1 coming down pit lane. It's a little early really for him as well, and he's on the other side of the tower. I think he's got an issue.
It may be, but we've hit the 16-minute mark here, so technically the pits are open. They can come and do their pit stops now, and be able to continue on without penalty. So I think that's okay. That he just hit it. He just may be looking to do it a little bit early, maybe, and when he completes the pit stop, maybe end up in a portion of the track where there is a little less traffic, maybe a little more clean air to move along.
Yeah, and his only competitor in that GT3 is Steve Garrison, who's a little bit further back as well. So he's all the way back down there in 13th. Garrett kind of was in that top 10 when he came down pit road. So we'll see how much gain Steve's going to be able to get with him on pit road, meaning Garrett Krieger.
All right. Now let's check in. I talked about Patty Moscone in the 271 car sharing a ride with Thomas Vail. Brian, do you see the 944 on the pit lane by any chance?
I do not.
Okay.
Again, if they missed it, and I tell you what, as you're talking about that, it looks like the driver change for Franklin Prey is getting ready to happen again. Franklin just ran earlier this morning,
right?
And so maybe a little bit tired, and Trent Hinman getting ready to get in that car, and here's where it is. This is the time where it is open, so they've got that 5 minute. But I do not see that 944 on the pit lane from my view, unless they're on the other side of the tower. There's no way to see that.
They see it there. All right. Yeah. Well, we'll track to see if and when that car, the 271, machine, the 944, whether it rejoins the pack. As you said, Frank LaPre now coming down the pit lane. He and Trent Hedman now going to have a 5-minute pit stop, but certainly already within the window that he can get into the car and take it to the end. And, as he said yesterday, he doesn't have a ton of seat time here at NJMP, even though technically it's his home track.
Yep. And I found the 271 down into turn number 1, headed down in that way. So it looks like they may have made their pit stop right in the window or came down the pit lane prior because of a problem. So,
well, I would think since we're at the 18-minute mark now, Brian, they would have pitted early before the window opened. So they'll likely have to come down one more time. Maybe they did take some damage here early on.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look maybe over at Spec Boxster, where Dan Rubel is currently your leader. Ryan Farragut in the number 29 machine, currently running about 4 car lengths back. Rubel in the white, blue, and red, and Farragut in the green machine with the red hood. Now we'll see if we can pick them up in the action here. And I don't know. I don't think
they just went through turn 5. Sorry.
Okay.
There you go. There's the back.
There they are right there. Yep. There's the back of Farragut's car at the tail end of this group, and then the car right ahead with the Rothmans livery on it of Rubel directly ahead now as they come under braking. Actually, that's not the Rothmans livery, but coming under braking in the 7 here. And they're coming up on, they've got some what appears to be possibly a little bit slower traffic directly ahead of them. That might bring Farragut into this. I'm wondering, Brian, as the day has worn on and as the temperatures have risen since their race this morning, they had their very first race today, their sprint race, back at a little bit after 9 a.m.
Yeah.
I'd love to see if we still have that in-car video available for Farragut, whether or not he's fighting at the wheel. And I'm getting word now from our director, Jordan, that we do not have the in-car video available to us. But I think that he's probably fighting that car something horrible now, even more so than earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, I talked to him during lunch. He said he was going to run it, but evidently not. So, he realized that, the one camera was at the 90-degree level. And I said,
the whole experience.
I said you drove better when it was 90 degrees. When the camera was at 90 degrees rather than you were upside down.
When he was driving on his head,
yeah, he said he did pretty well. So,
I mean, did you frame it as he was driving on his head or he was driving over his head?
Well, I didn't frame it that way either. I just, kind of made the made the comment of how did you get upside down in the camera? He said, well, we were in a rush to get it in. It didn't work very well, and so. They tried to make some moves to move it around, and it just didn't work, and ended up being upside down. So.
All right, so ahead of them on track, also, I think probably coming, looking to see if they're here in this group. I think even maybe a little bit further ahead. I was looking to see that the battle in 9/11 Cup, but it looks like Eugen Basha now has opened up, and Basha comes across the start-finish line. He's opened up a nice advantage on Jason Nikic. He's got Nissenbaum's G-Class Boxster sitting right between, but there's Nikic now coming through 10A.
He's on the pit lane now, Greg.
So he's coming in for his pit stop, and that was... I had a feeling either the car was off song or he was going to be coming down the pit lane. And it's interesting, Brian, as I've noticed a lot of these racers, Nikic, one of them, is it really looks like they are throwing away a lot of time and a lot of speed at the tail end of the Octopus on the lap where they plan on coming down the pit lane, as if to make sure that they don't miss the pit lane or something. But they're giving away almost 10 seconds in that last lap, it looks like.
Well,
many of them are.
I have a feeling that there is a problem with that car because he's been slow the last couple of laps. The last time by, he was at a 1:38, 5 seconds off of what he's been normally running all weekend long. I am seeing that the 0-1 is getting the black flag. I don't think they completed their pit stop completely for the full 5 minutes. So I'm not really sure. But
and Brian, just to follow up there, saw Nikic come back out. He went down the pit lane, and then he came back out on track just ahead of the Trent Hinman car, the 777 machine.
Right.
All right, so let's do this. We are now we're about 25 minutes into this 55-minute race. Why don't we take our first break, thanks to our partners and sponsors, and when we come back, more endurance racing action with the Porsche Club of America here at NJMP here this afternoon at the Schattenbaum Showdown. We'll be right back.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Brake Press. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
And we're here at New Jersey Motorsports Park's Thunderbolt circuit for the 2026 Schattenbaum Showdown, presented by the Schattenbaum region of the Porsche Club of America and Cherry Hill Porsche. I'm Greg, he's Brian. This is our final race of the weekend, and if you've been with us from the very start, thank you so much. We really appreciate you. And of course, we've got a lot more Porsche Club of America racing coming up this season. Next up is going to be at the National Park of Speed Road America over Labor Day weekend. And so if you're up in the area up there, certainly come on by and watch the racing live, or you can see it right here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. All right, Brian, a couple updates here. We thought that perhaps Jason Nikic was going to bring his 911 Cup car. It looked like he came down the pit lane, maybe just to check things out, and we thought he came out right in front of Trent Hinman as Hinman finished his pit stop. There's Hinman there, by the way, going through turn 3. But it sounds like maybe the 54 car, or not the 54, but
27 squared.
27, yeah, might have gone up the hill in taking the last possible exit from the pit lane to the paddock.
Yeah.
We'll continue to watch out for that machine and see if it indeed does go out. Tom Burke looks like he has now completed his pit stop. The 277 car heading back out on track.
Yeah, Daniel Rubel in Spec Boxster, he is on the pit lane, serving his 5 minutes. A lot of action coming down. Here comes Eugene Bacha coming down on the pit lane. So starting to do, getting ready to do his 5-minute pit stop. Several other cars doing their Felker on pit lane. David Felker in that 45 machine on pit lane as well. I will tell you, Tom Burke came down, completely got out of the car, jumped over the wall, sat down in a chair, dumped a bottle of water on his head on a towel.
He knows the Jersey Shore is a little bit east of here, right?
Yeah. I don't think he wanted to get back in that car, but I think that crew said, get back in that car.
Did they have like a little wading pool for his feet or something? Or oh my gosh.
It is hot down there.
All right, so after Franklin Pride pitted in from the lead in GTB1 and the whole and the pit stop cycles have started, we have 3 GTB1 cars currently at the top of the order, your overall leaders. Eric Liu, currently your overall leader in the 154 Cayman. Peter Habestad, currently running second. And then David Trinder running in third. Habestad in the green Cayman. He's got Trinder, I think the last time they went by, maybe about 3 car lengths separating them in what would be, we assume, after the pit stops work through, probably the battle for the last podium position in GTB1. Matter of fact, I think they just crossed the start-finish line. There they are right now, coming down into turn 1. Thank you, Jordan, as they come under braking. And Trinder right up underneath the wing of the Habestad car now as they are working lap number 21.
Yeah, I tell you what, a lot of drivers, Greg, not going to make this overall 55 minutes. We've got a bunch of cars that are coming down pit lane, a lot of cars making that right-hand turn at the end of the pit lane. So attrition starting to take, and I have a feeling a lot of this has to do with the heat. It is hot, as I talked about. Tom Burke got completely out of the car. Jose Roque now on pit lane as well. You've got several other cars coming down.
Yeah, I think we've got Mizrahi and Felker on the pit lane as well. Felker just pitted in GTD1 and I think was sitting 5th overall. So the white, red, and blue Cayman Club Sport now on the pit lane for a number of minutes. And I think you mentioned Eugene Bacha had brought the Pink Pig down the pit lane as well.
Yep. And again, if Jason Nikic has called it a day with only 14 laps and Eugene's got 18. Again, if he calls it a day, then
no finishers.
no finishers, right?
Yeah, this isn't like your typical club racing where you have to go half the race and you get points. You actually have to be running at the very end of this race in order to pick up points. Let's see, David Dunnigan now over in GTC 6. The 400 car running 26th overall. He just turned in his fastest lap of the race and put in a 122.391. And that is, and I think that is the first, actually second lap after his pit stop.
Yeah, exactly.
So he had been running, I think, as high as 4th overall early on. But now just sets his fastest lap. Maybe he's feeling a little refreshed, Brian.
We may be, because he had a really hard time getting off of pit road. he stalled it 2 or 3 times, and the rule is when you stall it, that you have to pay the penalty of $2 or $3 per stall, right?
That's why they give people learner's permits.
That's correct. So. I think if you go back to that, when we were looking at that turn 1 camera on that entry, you can see there is a flurry down at the end of pit road with a lot of cars on pit road now. So again, you can see right there, there's Eugene Bacha, a couple, I think there's the Felker machine. Is that Peter Habestad on the left that he ended up pitting?
Right at the very front of the line there. Yeah.
So a lot of cars are on their pit, on their pit stops now. Again, still got about 12 minutes before that expires, where they close the pits unless an automatic, you need to pit from an emergency standpoint.
Actually, it's less than that, Brian. I think if my timing is correct, I think we're at about 7 minutes before they have to bring the car in, because we've got 22 remaining on the clock. Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry.
I think it's the last 10 minutes. I think it's the last 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yep, got it. As we've got another car that has gone around over In the Octopus.
That is actually Tom Burke in the 277 machine. So Tom Burke looping it around. And
we'll see if he can get that car back underway. Brian, if he can't get that car back underway, given that it is right on, there he goes. He's got it rolling again. He's got it restarted. That one was close enough to the pavement that could have brought out a caution.
Yeah.
So good to see him getting that back underway. And yeah, you're right. You said it, about 12 minutes, 11 minutes now before the pits closed to end this race.
And you know what, Greg? That as you were mentioning, if he couldn't get that started, and that did bring out, that kind of holds everybody up. And
we saw that at Watkins Glen a couple of weeks ago.
2 years in a row at Watkins Glen, where people missed their pit window because of a full course caution. 2 years, or actually last year, was more of the fact that there was an incident. They allowed everybody to come down pit road to go ahead and make that because there was no way they would have able to do that.
They wouldn't have made it to the end of the race.
This year it was, that was pretty close on the window, right?
I think it was like 2 minutes before the window closed.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, let's check in a couple of our classes. So we have a number of classes with just individual cars. So Felker, who we were just talking about, our sole racer in GTD1. Tom Burke, the sole STG class car. Kevin Aberrant, our sole GTC3 racer. David Cunicelli, sole racer in Jay and Dunnigan in GTC6. Over in GT3, Garrett Krieger's got about 4 seconds right now on Steve Garrison. In Spec Cayman, Yuri Marasinov, I believe, might be on the pit lane currently. I'm showing him as being 2 laps down from Jeff Smith, actually 3 laps down from Smith at the moment. In ME1, Frank Osborne only made it, the first lap. So we've got Gene Raimondi and Chris Fahey. Fahey is showing us 2 laps down. I think Fahey had already pitted in. Raimondi possibly not.
I think he's on pit
lane now. Yeah. All right, we had a driver just have some issues coming out of turn 3. Let's take a look at who this might have been and how they got there.
Oh, that's Noam. That's Noam in the 555. Yeah. We let him know the mud race was yesterday.
That's right.
There's nobody over there.
Well, and thankfully there's about 100 feet more of runoff there than there is at any place at Watkins Glen. Eliyahu having a bit of a challenge there. Over in, Claudio Kempf.
He's on pit lane.
Yeah, on the pit lane now. And, and he took that early run down the pit lane, obviously because of he was
the issue when he went off.
Tangentially involved in that lap 1 incident over at turn 5. Jose Roque now going to the lead. And looking to see if the 776 car has pitted in. Brian, you probably remember this better than I.
I do believe that's Jose Roque, I believe, right?
Yeah, let me take a look. Jose Roque just finished his pit stop. This is just completed his out lap. And so he takes the lead, and he, at this point, I think, probably should be good to go to the end of the race if he can hold off Kemp, who is actually on the same lap, but about a half minute down. Over in SP3, Ken Agna is your leader. Damon DeCastro second. Patty Moscone a number of laps down in third. And over in, let's take a look in the G class. David Nissenbaum leads Jordan Simon and Gil Mizrahi. And in GTB1, it is still Eric Liu, David Trinder, Art Sang, and then Franklin Prey. And again, we don't think Eric Liu has pitted yet. We are fairly certain that Trinder has not pitted, nor has Art Sang. And so once, and there is 2 laps between them and Franklin Prey. It looks like when those 3 drivers pit, that will likely put actually Trent Hinman up into the lead in GTB1.
Well, it does look like Eric Liu and David Trinder are on pit lane right now. Okay. So Art Zhang, I think, is the only one that has not made a pit stop in that GTB1 class. Peter Habestad has already made his pit stop. Chuck Palmer and Frank Venetia, they are the ones who had that incident early on. Right. Both of those cars have retired. from the session and from the Enduro. So again, while those two are on, or those two are in the pits, Art Zhang should be getting ready to come down here any moment, maybe even on this lap, and then we'll be able to critique. Ooh, that looks like that's the 400 machine.
I was just going to say the 400 machine having challenges over there at turn 4. And he might have gotten up to the wall. That's David Dunnigan in the GTC 6 Cup car. And it looks like he's trying to get it back underway. Now he's right by that the cutout for the not a cutout, but the motorcycle chicane.
Yep.
That he could conceivably park it over there, and probably they'd leave him out there without us having to go to a full course caution. If we do, that's going to really hurt Art Zhang.
Yeah, that's going to hurt. Not only Art Zhang, but a number, like you said, Greg, a number of players or a number of drivers here. Ryan Farragut has yet to pit. Sam Malabi has yet to pit. I believe Michael Thompson, he had that going off down there in turn one, but I don't believe he has pitted yet.
The folks that are on the pit lane right now are thinking that would be the most amazing thing ever if we could go to a full course caution right now.
That would be perfect if we could get him.
All right, well, let's do this, Brian, as we've got about 15 minutes remaining and about 5 minutes before the pit lane closes here at Thunderbolt. Let's take our final break, and we'll take then our viewers all the way to the checkered flag here at the Schattenbaum Showdown. Don't go away. Since 2009, Provost Motorsports has been servicing the German car community. With an ever-increasing passion for dedication and quality, look no further for all your needs. Provost has technicians who are factory trained by Porsche and Mercedes-Benz, so you know the repair will be done right the first time. Visit their website at provostmotorsports.com and let them cater to all of your vehicle needs.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000 square foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain region hosted the very first PCA Club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Treffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche's celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit pca.org and click on the Events tab.
Welcome back to Thunderbolt and the Schattenbaum Showdown and the 55-minute endurance race presented by Stable Energies Motorsports and our great friends at Soul Performance. We are getting into the final stages here, Brian. Although the pits close in 2 minutes, we think every driver that still needed to take a mandatory pit stop has already started. We saw Ryan Farragut come down the pit lane Let's see, who else? You had a whole list of drivers
Well,
that are
yeah,
down there.
we
It's
had-
getting awfully crowded.
Yeah, Farragut was on pit lane. Hobby was on pit lane. Jose Roque had come down pit lane. Naomi Lahu came down pit lane, but I think that may have been to have the team check it out after he went to his off-track excursion there. But I do believe everybody has made their pit. Art Zhang is now on pit lane, so again, we'll see whether or not Trent Hinman's going to be able to overtake Art by the time he gets that 5 minutes. There goes Trent. We're going to critique him a little bit just to make sure that he's doing the right thing.
Oh God, I'm not getting in the middle of this conversation.
He got got into turn 5 a little hot there, so you may want to back that corner. I'm kidding. Yeah, so it does look like everybody has made their pit stops.
Well, and as we were saying that, there was one more car that came down the pit lane, Brian. Another 944. Blue and yellow, and I think
that's the Patty Moscone
car that they went out. They've been having some mechanical issues. She's only completed, or that car is only, I think, completed 13 or so laps. Gone about half the distance of the other drivers out here.
Yep. Ken Agna, in his machine, he's got a two lap on Damon DeCastro and then 5:25. So currently, pretty big lead there. Tom Burke moving his STG class car all the way back up to the front of the field after all of the pit stops look like they have been completed, with the exception of the drivers that are on pit lane right now.
Yeah. And so with Art Sang on the pit lane, obviously he now falls out of the top position, giving it up to Tom Burke. But more importantly, over in GTB1, in Art Sang's class, Franklin Prey now, as we somewhat, and Franklin Prey and Trent Hinman, as we somewhat expected, now move back into the lead of that class, second overall. And I know, Brian, during lunch you were talking to Franklin Prey, and they felt that they had a pretty good chance perhaps to take the overall win here today. They are about a half minute, a little bit less than a half minute back from Tom Burke at the moment, but Prey's got to feel pretty comfortable here. He and Hinman have about 12 seconds on Eric Liu, who is currently running second in the class.
Yeah, Franklin seemed to be pretty happy with the car in that last sprint race, or the sprint race this afternoon, early this morning, mid-morning. And that car seemed to be running really, really well. They were having a little bit of struggles in the back end with some of the setup. There was really no way to make those changes, so they were going to do some other stuff to try to see. But when I walked around during lunch and walked down there into the garage, he had a pretty big smile on his face about his car. So really, really happy. So I'm sure Trent, when he comes back, he'll give him again even more feedback for that car when we get done with this 55 minutes, which will be very, very good to hear.
All right, so with the pits now officially closed, and again, we're fairly certain every driver now has taken the pit stops. Let's break down a couple more of these classes over in Spec Boxster. And Brian, this will likely change. Do we know I was just going to ask if Ryan Farragut's still on the pit lane, and there's the answer for me. Yep. No, he is not. And Ryan Farragut, currently your leader in Spec Boxster. And I'm showing the gap here. Well, it's going to change when they come across the line next, but he's got, it appears to be a good amount of time on Dan Rubel. Rubel and Halabi are on the same lap as Ryan Farragut, but Farragut's got the advantage at the moment. Michael Thompson running fourth just off the podium. He is 2 laps down from our leaders, Alex Au. Only currently running 7 laps down from the leader. And my mistake, Dan Rubel is your leader now in Spec Boxster as he comes across the line.
Yeah, it's going to be, here comes Ryan Farragut now out of the last turn, headed down by the start-finish line. So that's the gap for Daniel Rose, about 13 and a half seconds. So.
All right, so there you go. So Farragut, who was the last to pit in Spec Boxster, was not, with traffic, able to hold off Dan Rubel. The blue, white, and red 771, who had been leading early on, continues to lead over Farragut with Halabi now running in third. And things are getting awfully tight there right in front of Dan Rubel.
Yeah.
Coming through turn 5 as Rubel is going to try to move down to the inside. Let me see if we can pick out who that is right with him. Is that Art Sang?
Well,
I think,
that's
right
Art.
behind him?
Yeah, I think that's Art Sang right there. That was in front of him, and Art Sang just came out of the pit lane.
Yeah.
So again, tires cooling off a little bit, not getting the run that you want off that pit lane, and that ended up, again, bottlenecking them up, and so Rubel had to get hard on the brakes there, to try to work his way by there. But Art Sang, again, different car, was able to, take that car as they came down the bottom of that hill and expand that back out.
All right, and picking out good run in 911 Cup. The sole survivor coming across the line, Eugene Basha there, and looks like Art Sang just passed him up as they went down into turn 1. As Basha's running 15th overall, but very good run there for the 23 machine for what's been a pretty much a trouble-free weekend for that car.
Well, you know what, Greg? We've talked about this pretty much all weekend long, and when we heard it yesterday from Franklin when he was up here in the booth as well, is that, the tire degradation, even in a 30-minute sprint race goes off. Looking at times, I guarantee you everybody is struggling. If we had more in-cars, you would see hands just all around the steering wheel trying to get the cars at the end here, just trying to get them to the finish of this. I'm sure there's teams on the radio saying you got about 5 minutes. It's going to be the longest 5 minutes of pretty much every single driver that's left out there on the track. It's going to be the longest 5 minutes they've ever had in their entire life.
Well, I'm wondering, and I would assume that a lot of these drivers, at least the ones that didn't pit in so early in the pit window, but at least midway through the race, that their crews would have been bleeding off some air pressure, especially in that left front tire. And I can't tell. There was Ryan Farragut came through turn 7. It looked like that car was leaned over so much, and I don't know if it's just the paint and how well the front of that car is aligned after the damage they took at Watkins Glen, but it looked like he was almost upside down in the car.
He probably feels like he is upside down in the car right now by the time they get out of there. Although, like I said, I talked to him during launch. He was pretty excited as well. He was really excited that there was no I'm trying to blank on Robbie Wilson. There was no Robbie Wilson in this race, so he was like, we have a shot. We have a shot.
That's right.
So, again, he's kind of lost a little bit of time there. Last time by, he was 13 seconds back to Dan Rubel and lost another tenth of a second right there now, back into 13.1. So, losing a little bit of time, but again, Rubel getting by Eugene Basha right there going into turn number 5. So, Dan Rubel, even though he's got a 13-second lead, he's still struggling to get by some of these other cars as well, where they're trying to nurse their cars to get to the finish.
As we watch now Basha and Rubel coming through the Octopus, and Basha's car, for the most part, Brian, he gets great rotation on that car. Of course, everybody always talks about liftoff oversteer and early Porsche 911 chassis. I could just see him coming through turn 8 through the first part of the Octopus, just breathing on the throttle a little bit, have the rear end come around on him, and he straightens it up. But he seems to have far fewer problems going through that section of the track than the Boxster of Rubel directly ahead of him, who even from here looked like he was fighting it all the way through.
Yeah, I'm trying to pick up. I just saw where Claudio Kemp in that GT4 battle, with Jose Roque. Again, he's got about a lap lead on Jose Roque. Jose was one of the last drivers to come down pit lane. So, again, that is opened that up. And those are the only two. It looks like Thomas Kohler was supposed to come out and didn't come out in this in that GT4 battle. But Claudio, again, having that one lap basically cushion from making his pit stop. Again, that was a strategy, because remember, he came down pit road one time before because of the early spin going off there in turn 5 with the other incident. came down, took care of that, went back out, and now they got it. Let's see what the gap is. It's about 50 seconds. Yeah, so.
Yeah, quite a bit there. So, and look, Kempf has had quite a bit more pace than Roke all weekend long, and especially over an extended period, although all of these drivers have probably more traffic than they've seen during any of the sprint races.
Correct.
This weekend, which has obviously really impacted some of the faster cars coming through here. Although, frankly, if you're in one of the slower classes, as you have to.
Greg, we've got Ryan Farragut going around right there in turn number, right there between 9 and 10, right in the middle of the racetrack. Good maneuvers for the drivers that were behind him to get away from him as quickly as they could to get around him. But that was a complete 360 and kept going. So.
Yeah, and that's where you've got that transition from the right-hand sweeper that's tightening up, that you have to switch back to the left for turn 10. And as he did his pirouette right in the middle of the track to not be collected was very good. Unfortunately, I think Sam Halabi probably a little bit too far back to make anything of it. Well, not, and we can tell for sure, as Halabi yet to cross the line to complete lap number 31. So Farragut, even with the spin, still has about 20 seconds on Halabi here, as we only have 30 seconds remaining on the clock. So it might be a good time.
1 to go right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, for us to pick up Tom Burke.
Yeah, I think he's, I haven't seen him come back through yet. I think he's kind of, I'm trying to pick him out here out the window. Everybody's getting the 1 to go, so he's definitely in front of.
Is that him right there?
That is
third car in the
green
line.
Yep,
yes.
Third car. Yep.
All right, so third car in the line here, as he's got 1 more lap to go. Still putting a couple cars down, getting past one of our spec Boxsters. And very good run for Tom. Did not take part in our sprint races yesterday. Actually, I guess just yesterday morning, the non-points race. And there it takes advantage of the track limits with the cones there. Pops right over through the asphalt. Is able to straighten out that part of the course. That's a great thing to have there, as he now comes across the line. Checkered flag in the air, putting an end to our 55-minute endurance race here, sponsored by Soul Performance and, of course, Stable Energies. And we want to thank all of our great partners of the Porsche Club of America for helping us not only with this broadcast, but to be able to put on such a wonderful event as the Schattenbaum Showdown here at Thunderbolt. All right, so as our racers come across the line, Brian, let me make sense of our finishing order here for our different classes. We had a number of single car classes. I'll go and mention them first. David Felker in GTD1, Tom Burke, of course, our overall winner in STG. Kevin Aberrant was our sole GTC3 racer. David Cunicelli in J. In GTC6, David Dunnigan in the 400 car. And then Noam Eliyahu in GTC4. Now, if we look at the different classes with multiple racers, over in the G class, Jordan Simon took the number 54 Boxster to the win over David Nissenbaum, with Gil Mizrahi finishing in third. Looks to be about 8 laps down. Over in GTB1, the team of Prey and Hinman take the win by 13 seconds over Eric Liu. David Trinder will finish in third. Art Sang finishes in fourth. And so I think Prey now, a lot of the testing and tuning that he had to do to get that 997 chassis to perform in the same league as the Caymans. I think we can now say after this weekend, at least at this course, Brian, he's definitely been able to get it done. Over in SP3, Ken Agna takes the win over Damon DeCastro, who finishes 2 laps down. Patty Mosconi will finish in third. In GT4, Claudio Kempf with the win over Jose Roque. In ME1, Gene Raimondi takes the win over Chris Fahey, who finishes a lap down. And, of course, Frank Osborne only completes 1 lap. Inspect Cayman. Pretty much mirroring what we saw in the sprint races all week. Jeff Smith with the win over Yuri Marasinov, while in GT3, Garrett Krieger will take the win over Steve Garrison. And then in 911 Cup, Eugene Basha takes the win over Jason Nikic, who retired after 14 laps. And then finally, in Spec Boxster, Dan Rubel is your winner. Ryan Farragut will finish a lap down in second. Sam Halabi will finish in third. And then Michael Thompson will finish just off the podium in fourth, 3 laps down from our winner. So let's take a look, Brian, at what we've got coming up in the next couple of weeks as far as our Porsche Club of America Club Racing broadcasts go. The next one, it's right there on the screen. It's the Road America Challenge in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin, the National Park of Speed, Road America. And that is a 3-day event over Labor Day weekend, September 5th, September 6th, and September 7th. And then, although we don't have it there, we've got we head back to our home, West Virginia, and Summit Point Raceway for Rock the Summit. That is going to be September 18th, 19th, and 20th. And so you can catch all the action here on the Porsche Club of America YouTube channel. I want to thank, as always, the great folks with Driver's Eye Live, our director, Jordan Worth, our producer, Brendan Kesmerick, and Brian, of course, I want to thank you.
Oh, no, absolutely. This is one heck of a weekend. I love coming up here to New Jersey, love coming up to Millville. Even though it was really, really hot, we saw a lot of good racing, and definitely in this Enduro, we did see a lot of strategy play out.
All right, so for Brian Donati, I'm Greg Ginsburg. We'll see you in just a couple weeks, Labor Day weekend at Road America for the Road America Challenge. Have a great week, everybody. Pirelli and Porsche have been a winning combination around the racing world for years. Pirelli is proud to bring that relationship to PCA Club Racing yet again in 2025. Make sure to see the guys from Frisbee and find the right Pirelli tire for your vehicle, or check them out on the web at frisbeeracetire.com. Pirelli powers nothing without control. When you pack up from the raceway and head home on the highway, remember that the engineering excellence Michelin strives for in racing is applicable to our passenger and light truck tires too. Michelin is proud to continue its national sponsorship of Porsche Club of America and Club Racing. Michelin, because so much is riding on your tires.
Looking to decrease lap times on the track without an engine overhaul? GT Racing has a wide range of fiberglass and carbon fiber body panels, along with European racing headers, exhaust systems to lighten your car and accelerate all the potential horsepower of your engine. Time for a change? Convert your 944 into a turbo or a 924 GT, or your 911 to a 911 RS, RSR, or 935. Talk with Joel at GT Racing. He'll help you choose the winning combination of lightweight Porsche parts and header systems to set you on the right track. GT Racing is your one-stop shop for your Porsche needs. GT Racing is a national sponsor and proudly sponsors tech inspections at PCA Club Races. GT Racing also sponsors the Best Repaired Car Award, a $100 gift certificate at each race. Call Joel at GT Racing today at 1-800-797-2911 or find us on the web at www.gt-racing.com.
Our first club racing sponsor, Porsche Cars North America, funds the club racing news and sponsors the Workers' Choice Award, considered the most prestigious award given at a club race. Thank you to PCNA for offering vital support to our club racing program. The Sentinel Video System by Sentinel Racing is your one-stop shop solution for sharing your in-car video. The Sentinel system can integrate up to 3 cameras and incorporate a full data stream for track map and gauge overlays, and broadcast it all via dual 5G cellular modems, utilizing whichever service provider has a stronger signal to any of the popular live streaming services. Much of the in-car footage in this broadcast is provided by Sentinel. PCA members get an additional 10% off. Contact Sentinel today through their website, sentinel.racing.
At Hankook Tire, we strive to create a universal moment when the car and driver become one. Our aim is to develop a safer, more pleasant, and more comfortable driving experience from the moment the driver turns on the engine. Through strong braking power, smooth handling, driving comfort, and guaranteed safety, Hankook products deliver an authentic driving experience beyond mobility. Embrace driving emotion and embrace the feel and excitement of being behind the wheel with Hankook Tire. Hankook competition tires are the perfect match of performance and longevity. Visit Visit hankookmotorsports.com to buy today.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
Octavio makes small batch tequila. They take a different approach to distilling their award-winning 100% agave tequilas. Made in the Jalisco region of Mexico, Octavio's tequila are aged twice as long as traditional tequilas, achieving a smooth-tasting experience, rounded with notes of oak and vanilla. Octavio focuses on sustainable distilling practices that use 60% less water and 50% less energy than traditional techniques. Octavio produces an añejo and a cristalino. Both can be ordered and shipped nationwide by visiting octaviotequila.com. Get free shipping when you order 2 or more bottles.
Club Reg is a supporter of PCA Club Racing and the provider of all registration for each of our races. ClubRegistration.net is a unique service because we put all of our customers first. You can use our services for free or with a small credit card handling fee. How can you go wrong? Included with both are custom solutions tailored to meet your needs. Find out more information at ClubRegistration.net.
For many enthusiasts, an OEM brake system just won't cut it. OEM brake systems are designed to get your car to the grocery store while being easily manufactured in large quantities at a low price. Unfortunately, those design objectives don't mesh very well with the goals of enthusiasts craving the latest technology, greatest performance, and the most attention-grabbing aesthetics. Regardless of what you're seeking in brakes, Essex has you covered. Our partner in providing you with the ultimate brake system for your car needs no introduction. With countless wins in Formula One, NASCAR Sprint Cup, AMS, DTM, and WRC, AP Racing Components are a choice of champions at all levels of motorsport and the most desirable name in brakes.
OG Racing has been a national sponsor of PCA Club Racing since 1998. Headquartered in Sterling, Virginia, and staffed by PCA members and club racers, OG Racing has always carried the industry's best in racing safety equipment and performance parts. The best products from manufacturers like Sparco, OMP, Alpine Stars, helmets from Bell, Stilo, Rue, brake pads from Performance Friction, Paget and Hawk, just to name a few, and are always in stock and ready to ship from their 12,000 square foot warehouse. Give OG Racing a call or visit them at www.ogracing.com and sign up for their newsletter.
About to hit the track without coverage for your car? Buy HPDE insurance in minutes at LockedInMotorsports.com. Whether you drive a 911 or a Boxster, protect your car against physical damage during HPDE and track day events with HPDE insurance from Locked In Motorsports, administered by Locked In Affinity. Coverage includes modifications you've done to your car, 2 drivers at each event, demonstration laps your instructor drives, and more. Worried about the trip home? Locked In Motorsports also offers off-track insurance for your non-licensed race car or track car while in transit, in storage, and in the paddock, plus options for your trailer, equipment, and tools. Insure your portion today at LockedInMotorsports.com.
Miller's Oils is proud to be a Porsche Club Racing sponsor and to work with Racer's Edge as their North American distributor. Miller's Oils has been blending oil since 1887 and has an extensive product line for virtually every street or racetrack application. The technology implemented in Miller's engine oil and gear oils protects the wear surfaces of your engine and gear train on a microscopic level, significantly reducing friction and increasing the life of your engine and gear train. We encourage you to try Miller's and judge for yourself with the help of an oil sample analysis. As they say, the proof is in the pudding.
With almost 250 episodes and counting, Fearless in the Kitchen, a YouTube cooking channel by Paul Amico, is dedicated to sharing hints on cooking from the heart and head with ingredients from around the world. Paul's cooking is his passion and he wants to share it with you. Although there are recipes, Paul's emphasis is on creating from what you have on hand at the time as an inspiration and using old, new, and original techniques. Just grab stuff and make it work. That's where the name comes from. Fearless in the Kitchen. Paul provides ideas on variations in the dishes, but really hopes that you'll see opportunities to put your own twist and add the flavors and ingredients that you prefer. No fancy video effects or editing, just clear and easy to follow demonstrations, so come and join along on this voyage. Paul tries to post a new episode every Saturday and hopes that you enjoy.
At Yokohama, they believe that motorsports are the ultimate test of performance, innovation, and durability. Everything they learn while competing under the grueling race conditions leads to better performing, longer-lasting tires for the track and the street. Yokohama's partnership with Porsche Club of America, Porsche Motorsport North America, and USAC brings you the Porsche Sprint Trophy PCA Series, run exclusively on Yokohama tires. Additionally, Yokohama provides the spec tire for Porsche Sprint Challenge and Porsche Endurance Challenge. Visit yokohamatire.com to see their tire selections for your street or track car.
Based out of New Jersey, Precision Motorsport is a supporter of club racing and has been a national sponsor since 2025. From the latest Cup cars to 944 racers, PMR has supported them all here at the track. True experts in their craft and dedicated to performance. Find them on Facebook at Precision Motorsports.
Over the past 30 years, Isringhausen has become synonymous with quality vehicles and superb service. The Isringhausen way of doing business has been one of offering excellent products at fair prices, coupled with service that goes above and beyond what anyone would expect from a typical car dealership. We believe that good service is comprised of two components: a willing and helpful attitude, accompanied by competency in your field. We try to support an environment where each person who works here strives to serve each customer as they wish to be served, with dignity and respect. Because of these core values, Isringhausen has become and will continue to be a leading example in the industry.
One of our latest partners, Track Day Tire, is happy to be supporting Club Racing through their Toyo, Hoosier, and Michelin tires. Use the code PCACR for a discount at checkout. The TrackDayTire.com team is passionate about helping our customers extract the highest level of performance from their vehicles on the track. Decades of on-track experience has taught us purpose-designed track-use tires are arguably the single most important vehicle component that influences driver confidence to obtain maximum vehicle performance. Making it easier for our fellow Track Day enthusiasts to obtain confidence-inspiring tires is our goal. We look forward to providing you access to the best prices and customer support in the industry.
A household name in U.S. road racing for nearly 25 years, Toyo Tires has forged a reputation for winning, performance, and consistency. From the company's legendary Proxys RA1 to the two-groove Proxys RR, they have a history of getting drivers to the winner's circle. Their quality and performance extends beyond the track, offering owners a full line of premium tires for coupes to Cayennes. They are proud to build many of the tires right here in the United States at their state-of-the-art factory in Bartow County, Georgia. We thank them for their support of Porsche Club of America through club racing and the high-performance driver education program. Be sure to check out their contingency program if you race SP1 or Spec Boxster. To learn more about the full line of Toyo tires, visit www.toyotires.com.
Stable Energies takes pride in offering racers the very best in motorsport performance and safety equipment since 1978. Owner Bob Kikasik has been a PCA member for over 35 years and started club racing with PCA during its very first season. Located in northern New Jersey, Stable Energy stocks a wide variety of racing gear and motorsport products from top quality brands like O&P, Alpine Stars, Bell, Hans, Schroth, Paget, and Bray Kraus. Stable Energies is a master distributor for Recaro and the U.S. importer for safety devices roll cages, as well as the Eastern U.S. distributor for RSS Porsche Performance parts. You can shop with Stable Energies on their website, stableenergies.com. You can call and speak to a knowledgeable salesperson. They're happy to answer any of your questions. Or you can have one-on-one personal attention at their retail location just 10 minutes from New York City. PCA members receive special deals, so be sure to mention PCA Club Racing. Whether your fire system needs to be serviced, you need advice about a new race seater radio system, or you want to try on the coolest looking new driver suits, Stable Energies has yet covered.
Motion Control Suspension, or MCS, has proven to be the evolution of premium motorsports damper systems. Their team is continuously developing and refining damper technology that is vastly different from other manufacturers, developed through hands-on involvement in GT and touring car racing. While their roots are in the highest levels of professional sports car racing, their products excel in all environments, from enthusiastic street driving to autocross track days to club racing and far beyond. MCS is much more than just a great product. They have many years of practical racing experience, both on and off the track, extensive knowledge of vehicle dynamics, and an understanding of driver expectations and needs. MCS is proud to be a sponsor of Porsche Club Racing and invites you to lean on their expertise for setup support and consultation.
Partners of club racing for over 30 years, Eurosport Porsche Road and Race is a Porsche specialty shop with 2 locations in Illinois operating since 1984. Whether you have an early air-cooled car from the 60s or Porsche's newest cup car, we can provide all your service and parts needs. We are the one-stop shop for all of your Porsche repairs and race builds with a large inventory of Porsche parts and race gear.
Apex Racing Performance, premier racing outfitters, provides racing equipment and product support to motorsports enthusiasts. A member of PCA since 1991, Clark Hammerly and his wife Linda both hold competitive racing licenses and install, use, and test the equipment they sell. This enables them to provide unbiased technical assistance on installation and use of their products. From helmets and race apparel to personal cooling and fire systems, Apex Performance also stocks performance friction brake pads for all Porsche applications. They invite you to visit their showroom in Merle's Inlet, South Carolina, shop online at www.apexperformance.net, call toll-free, or view their track schedule online. Mention PCA Club Racing to receive a discount on your next purchase.
Demon Speed Motorsports offers a full line of products for your race or track car. With their background in Porsche GT3 Cup cars, they bring the same quality and durability to the street and track replacement parts that they produce. These products include suspension links, motorsport-style center lock parts and kits, brake rotors, and wing uprights. Now, Good Arrow Wings and RacingTireWarmers.com are part of the Demon Speed family. With this, they now offer Good Arrow Wings with mounting solutions for most Porsche models. Racing Tire Warmers offer tire warmers to custom fit your race car to make you faster and safer on track. To learn more about Demon Speed Motorsports and see their great products, visit them at www.demonspeedmotorsports.com.
Trailix Trailer sets the standard for super lightweight, superior craftsmanship, and extraordinary quality. If you need a trailer, whether it be enclosed or open, to tow your Porsche, Trailix should be your first and only choice. Trailix has many sizes to fit your Porsche perfectly, and their unique touches ensure that your trailer will be as functional as it is beautiful. Trailix Trailers sponsors the Novice Racer Award, a gift certificate given to the second-time racer who exemplifies the club racing spirit.
Dawes Motorsports is the premier name in Porsche motor overhauls, builds, and modifications. They specialize in all air-cooled and liquid-cooled Porsche engines. Additionally, Dawes has the expertise to rebuild or upgrade your 901, 915, G50, or PDK transmission on site using all high-quality OEM parts. Dawes also offers full restorations, doing everything in-house from frame soda blasting and powder coating to the final coat of wax. Visit DawesMotorsports.com to learn more about their services.
Delusional Motorsport specializes in high-quality motorsports fabrication, delivering custom-built solutions for racing, performance, and automotive enthusiasts. Their services include precision welding, custom metal fabrication, roll cages, chassis modifications, exhaust systems, suspension components, and performance upgrades tailored to each client's needs. Find them in the paddock or call 609-424-7462 to learn more.
PCA welcomes all Porsche clubs, owners, and enthusiasts to the 12th Annual Works Reunion Monterey on August 14th, 2026, the Friday preceding the Monterey Concours d'Elegance. We invite you to come to the Monterey Pines Golf Course to see a breathtaking array of Porsches, from rare to current models and everything in between. This year, we'll be celebrating the 50th anniversary of the introduction of the 924 in 1976, as well as the series of transaxle Porsches. The 924 was both innovative, with the transaxle layout achieving balanced handling, and crowd-pleasing, as the entry-level model made the Porsche brand more accessible to a broader audience. You're not required to be a PCA member to participate in this celebration of Porsche automobiles. However, you must register to corral or be judged, display your cherished car in model-specific Porsche corrals, or enter the Porsche judged field and compete to win in more than 20 prize categories.
Come join racers, sponsors, spectators, and volunteers at this year's Rock the Summit, September 18th through 20th. Rock the Summit is the club race for PCA Potomac's Founders Region, and it's the longest-running PCA race in the nation. This year will mark 35 years of racing. Be on the high-energy race and join us for live music, a barbecue dinner, roaming beer carts during happy hours, that's after the track goes cold, and some other treats like Kona Ice. Our 100-plus highly committed volunteers are ready to make the race weekend the best you'll ever experience, whether you're a racer, spectator, or a sponsor. See you at Rock the Summit 2026.
The United States Roofing Company is the primary source for all roofing needs. They have unparalleled experience installing, maintaining, inspecting, and repairing every type of roofing and waterproofing system. They work on buildings of any size and any height, from small local roof projects to some of the largest roofing projects in the Mid-Atlantic region, including the Pennsylvania Convention Center and the Jacob K. Javits Convention Center in New York City. Every type of roof and project is within their capabilities. They offer world-class design and consulting services for all types of roof projects, including solar and green roofs. USRC is known for completing projects on time, within budget, and to the complete satisfaction of our customers. Learn more at usroofing.com.
360 Consulting provides advisory services to the global nuclear, aerospace, energy, and chemical industries in the areas of safety, operations, risk assessment, and risk management. Established in 2024 by an engineer with 45 years of experience in over 20 countries around the world, we are ready to provide innovative solutions to your most important challenges.
New Jersey Motorsports Park is more than a racetrack, it's a lifestyle. Become a member of NJMP's Drivers Club and get more than 35 track days a season, along with exclusive event offers and facility discounts. And enjoy the convenience of storing your car in style with the exotic car garages at NJMP. With each unit sizing up to 1,500 square feet, you could store your prize car collection and still have room to customize your trackside oasis. Learn more about New Jersey Motorsports Park at njmp.com. That's NJMP.com. The Chicago Region Porsche Club is excited to host the 34th annual club race and 60th driver education at the internationally renowned 4-mile, 14-turn technical track at Road America in Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Taking place Labor Day weekend, all Sunday-Monday races at the Road America Challenge will earn points towards the 2026 Sprint Trophy Club Sport, Triple Trofeo, and PCA National Championship Series. In addition, the event features a Porsche parade using the original Elkhart Lake race circuit, as well as a car show and gourmet dinner banquet downtown on Saturday evening. It'll be fun for the whole family, plus friends, at clubregistration.net.
Since 2009, Provost Motorsports has been servicing the German car community. With an ever-increasing passion for dedication and quality, look no further for all your needs. Provost has technicians who are factory trained by Porsche and Mercedes-Benz, so you know the repair will be done right the first time. Visit their website at provostmotorsports.com and let them cater to all of your vehicle needs.
Since 1995, Speed Sport Tuning has been providing clients throughout the Northeast with honest, dependable, and expert Porsche service. Speed Sport Tuning operates out of a modern 32,000 square foot facility in Danbury, Connecticut, conveniently located near the Danbury Mall and Danbury Airport. Speed Sport Tuning uses the latest factory diagnostic equipment and OEM parts to keep your vehicle running in showroom condition. From routine maintenance and service to major repairs and performance upgrades and track support, Speed Sport Tuning is ready to serve you with expert service you can trust. Learn more online at sstauto.com.
Get ready for Rocky Mountain Thunder, the PCA race at High Plains Raceway in Colorado, September 19th and 20th. Rocky Mountain Region hosted the very first PCA Club race in 1992 at Second Creek Racetrack, and members of the Rocky Mountain Region take pride in this historic event. The region has run the race at Second Creek, at Pueblo Motorsports Park, and now High Plains Raceway. This race will earn points towards the 2026 Mid-America Series, the 2026 West Coast Series, as well as the 2026 PCA National Championship Points Series. The race weekend will feature two 30-minute sprint races on Saturday and a 65-minute enduro race on Sunday. Registration can be found online at clubregistration.net.
Join hundreds of PCA members on the 4th annual Truffin at Sea and the 5th event cruise with Princess Cruises, Saturday, September 19th through Friday, September 25th. The cruise sails from Vancouver, Canada down to Los Angeles with stops in San Francisco and Santa Barbara. There will be special entertainment, Porsche celebrity appearances, seminars, competitions, dinners, and the highly anticipated Porsche Diecast Concourse at Sea. To learn more and register, visit PCA.org and click on the Events tab.